Hi, this is Ian Bond, and welcome to today's masterclass. I'm delighted that you're able to join me today. I know some of you have been waiting for as long as a month. I have been too, and the day is finally here, and I appreciate that you were able to make it, and I'm looking forward to getting into it. Just to start with, though, I wanted to just show you around the website that you're looking at a little bit, to show you some of the features of this. If you look down on the lower left, there should be a button that says schedule. That will show you today's schedule. Next to that, there should be a button where it says ask a question. If you click on ask a question, that will go into the queue. And when we get to the Q&A sessions, which are after each of the three parts that we're going to go through today, we'll accumulate those questions and I can answer your question. And then finally, very, very important, there is a button for our VIP Facebook group. And please, please join our VIP Facebook group. As of today, we're at something like 611 members. There is a rich history of now over 3 years of comments. So there are questions that you may have in the future that have been already asked, and you can search the Facebook group for those answers, or you can ask the question to get the take of people currently. Either way, I will tell you that probably the only reason that I'm on Facebook is for groups like this. I'm in a number of them. And that and keeping track of my 180-year-old aunt are the only reason I'm on Facebook group. There is just a wealth of resources in Facebook groups. And even if you're not a Facebook person, I think that this is incredibly valuable as a place where you could go whenever you want to ask a question now or some point in the future, so you have access to that. As I was getting ready for today, I took my daily walk. I'm a walker, and now that we're in Cyprus, I go to the Paphos Seaside Walkway with my wife, and I kind of get right with the universe, and I think about things. And it struck me that today we have 200-ish like-minded people who want to improve their lives using this vehicle of high-ticket drop shipping through niche authority sites. And I think it's just amazing. I want to congratulate you all for making this decision. And this, this will work for you like it's worked for me and my family. And I'm now retired for 7 or 8 months. And I can tell you, I'm experiencing a different retirement than I would have if I had not discovered this. Just a little bit more about my story. If you may recall, back in 2013, thereabouts, I realized that my corporate income would stop long before my income needs were met. And I used at that point, and still today, what I think is probably, kind of my superpower, which is that I have looked at different types of investments and analyzed them for years and years. And I knew about online business models. And so I kind of dove into all things online. in terms of the business models. And I found something that kind of met what I think are the three most important things. For me, as I looked at kind of what I wanted my future life to be, and I think this is true whether or not you're in your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, your 70s, or beyond. First of all, I wanted to work when I want to work. So no schedule. I wanted to work, from wherever I wanted to work. We wanted to travel, and I didn't want to be tied down. I didn't want to have to be reporting into a big building someplace. I also didn't want to have, kind of a corporate overlord ever again. And that ended on June 30th of 2022. And I am no longer trading my time for money. And that is, absolutely huge. Now, let me just take a minute to remind you of, or to illuminate you as to what I think the 5 pillars of, this strategy that we're going to talk about all day today, what the 5 pillars are. And so you can think about this, kind of during the course of the presentations today. First, this has a very low barrier to entry. I mean, I can't come up with a way to spend, $1,000. So there's a lot of thinking and planning, and there's certainly a bunch of doing, but it's not something that's expensive to get involved in. We don't have to have a physical building, and we don't have to lay out tens of thousands of dollars for industry. This was really very important to me. And I think it's one of the things, especially during the pandemic, that really rang true to me as being just kind of a huge benefit. So the first pillar would be kind of low cost of entry. Second thing is we are selling high dollar ticket items, and those high dollar ticket items have high dollar margins. I posted in the Facebook group that we recently had a $12,000 custom order that we earned nearly $3,000 on. And I kind of made the offhand remark that I want to do that, every week. And, certainly I do want to do that every week. The great thing is that, we're going to make a lot of money on an order, and we're not going to have to kill ourselves, doing $20 items and $50 items and $100 items, where you may have sexy 30 or 35% margins, but you have to do tons of volume, and that comes with tons of customer problems, and you're literally dealing with a different type of customer on those types of items. So high dollar ticket items. Third, and incredibly important, is that we are dealing with suppliers based in the United States. And their problem, and which is not our problem, is that they have the design and then the manufacturing and the supply chain issues. They handle all that. That's what they're good at. That's what they want to do. They don't want anything to do with the customer experience. That's what we do. And that's a marriage made in heaven. They don't even have websites, most of them. Certainly not that where they sell to the public. And they're in the United States, so there's nothing that you don't have to get up at some odd hour and call another continent to kind of figure out where things where your items are. The fourth business pillar, and I kind of laugh about this every time I talk about it. If you see me, I'm not a technology guy. If there was technology was required to operate this business model, quite frankly, I wouldn't be the guy that would be talking about this. And so we use the Shopify platform. Shopify has over 1.5 million merchants. The last time I checked, that's probably low now. The great bulk of those merchants are small businesses or mom and pops. Technology is not their strong suit. Shopify ecosystem is a lot like the Apple ecosystem in that it's app driven. So you can find apps to do specific things, turn them on, turn them off. Many of them are free up to a certain amount, and then you start to pay, and you can use them from when you need them and not use them and get rid of them when you don't need to. So the technology side is handled, and Shopify is an incredible platform. And then finally, and this was also a really big deal, I'm no longer trading my time for money. we are building something that can be sold. And I know a number of people that have sold their websites and gone on trips. They've sold their websites to buy a vacation house. They come back, and since you are learning a skill, they come back and they do it all over again and build another store. But the beauty is that you're building an asset here and you're not trading your time for dollars. So now at this point, I just want to transition into part one of the program and get going here. We're going to start out with what I call lesson 0. This is a review of some of the what I think are the best looking high ticket dropshipping sites that I'm aware of. And I just want to show them to you and point out some things that I think are attractive. When you start looking at sites that you go to, you'll become more critical and you'll see good experience and you'll see bad experience and things that you can improve upon. Take a look at these and copy some of the things that you like. I don't mean plagiarize, but I mean if you like the way the navigation, if you like the layout, when you start to narrow down your ideas on kind of what you want to do, when you look at the competitors, think of kind of what the really great stores have that you've seen, that how you could utilize that. So that's what we're going to start with. We're going to go to lesson 0 now, and I'll see you in a little bit after we go through lessons 0 through 3. Welcome to part 1, what I call lesson 0. This is our niche store tour. We're going to look at high ticket dropshipping niche authority stores. And this is going to be kind of a level setting kind of experience so that I can show you exactly what I mean when we talk about the types of stores that we're going to build. Right up front, I want to tell you one of the things you're going to want to look for right away. I'm not going to do this on each and every site because I've already done this, is you want to make sure that they don't have any physical presence. So they cannot have a distribution center and they can't have a physical store. Otherwise, they may have a different deal than we do. So they have to be on what I call online only, right? And you usually find that by going to their Contact Us page, or you go to their About page, and it will tell you usually on those, if they're a drop shipper, it'll say that we're factory direct or that we're online only. Those are keywords for the fact that they're drop shipper. If you find one like that, that means that it's a potential competitor, which is a good thing because they have the suppliers that you are going to want if you're looking at that niche. Now, the first store is one that I know well. It's called Modern Blaze, and the woman that built this, it's been about 6 years now, and I know through mid-year she had sold 7 figures. This is quite a successful store. She has done this while she has been traveling over the last 6 years for 8 months of the year. Her husband is from the Midwest. She's actually from Russia. And they post pictures from everywhere they go. I know her through some groups. She's very active on Instagram and on Facebook, posting travel pictures. A couple of years ago, they had a baby. They kept traveling. Now they had a second one, and they purchased an RV, and they're traveling in the United States. So you can build these stores from anywhere you want to go. Now, Modern Blaze is a great-looking store. And you can see this gorgeous lifestyle photo. This is a fairly small apartment with a kitchen and a bedroom, and it just shows you how nicely this fireplace works in the room here, and how great it looks. So it's a great lifestyle photo right up front. You're going to want a great lifestyle photo. Now, starting at the top here, this is called the header. This isn't a particularly strong header. It just says summer sale up to 60% off. It doesn't say X% off expiring Monday or something like that. Over here, there's the logo with free shipping and returns. The only thing it doesn't answer is taxes. Sometimes people put tax-free right up top. It'll depend on kind of your niche and your suppliers on how that works for you. But she's going to pass along the taxes, or she's at least not answering that. But one of the things I always mention for people is you want to have your brands right up front. People shop by brands. So for goodness sakes, don't hide the brands. Here she has something like 24 different brands. Now, originally she sold electric fireplaces. But with the name Modern Blaze, she set herself up to niche out. What I mean by niching out is she didn't name it the electric fireplace shop or something like that. She named it Modern Blaze. And Modern Blaze allows her to sell electric fireplaces, but also ethanol fireplaces, water vapor fireplaces, and you'll see she also has fire pits. So when you go across the top, you can see she has different types of things that she offers: electric fireplaces, water vapor, ethanol, ventless, outdoor and bathroom fireplaces. Fuel and accessories is down here. Here is her outdoor other types of accessories. So the fire pits I mentioned, and these are the outdoor fireplaces here, lanterns, tiki torches. Across the top, and you'll notice some repetition in a minute when I kind of show you the next couple of tabs. Here, this is for the trade. This is a trade program. The trade's going to be mostly interested, I would guess, in installation. How do I install these if I'm called by someone to install these? So she puts this right up here for the trade, and she has some really great installation guides on all of the different types of fireplace installations that you would do. Whether you're a homeowner or if you're a tradesman, you can articulate that. In addition, there's a lot of questions here, and these are actual guides up at the top, and I'll just click on one and show you. But this has got step 1, step 2, you can see step 3, etc. And then when you go down to the question and answer, these are just single answer questions. So, can I cook food on a bio-based fireplace? Of course you can't, but she answers that right there. But that doesn't merit a whole article or an installation guide like up at the top. When you come across here, then there is a help tab, and here there's everything from financing, which is just huge these days, and Shopify, which is the platform that we use, is going to be offering payment options through Affirm. You can actually go to Affirm, and we have Affirm in our stores and offer payment plans. Shopify is going to integrate that into their payment system. And then the FAQs, she repeats, and there's order status and shipment tracking. And then, she has a learning center that answers questions that maybe the trade isn't as interested in, but us everyday shoppers are. So she has a shopping guide, she repeats the installation guides, some ideas, design ideas, and then answered questions. So a lot of this is repeated because people will find things the way they find things or way they prefer to find things. And then over in the About Us, she has got a few more things, including video reviews, which is terrific. You'll get video reviews from your suppliers. They'll do videos of their products oftentimes. And I know a lot of people that ask their customers to do reviews once they're installed, and those go great. You would put those in your tab there. But going back to the main page, I want to just scroll down and show you how she has repeated a lot of this content so that you can find it in whatever way that you find it. Right here in the middle, there's a big trust builder. These are real reviews from customers. She has over 1,000 of them. And this is a big trust builder. The only thing I noticed is that these dates are all screwed up. And so 2029 and November of 2020, that doesn't work. But I'm sure that's some kind of a mechanical problem. Again, here you see different types of specials that she's running. These are the different types of fireplaces. She has repeated the free shipping and returns policy that she has there. This is the installation type, a repeat of what we saw both on two of the tabs at the top. Here are some popular fire pits. This is premium patio heaters. These are trending outdoor fireplaces, so this is kind of the extension. There's the best water vapor fireplaces. And looks like I froze up here. These are the best water vapor fireplaces. A lot of this content, as I mentioned, she kind of repeats it, which is really pretty smart. You got to be a little bit careful doing it because you don't want your site to go on and on forever, but it actually works quite well. And so top brands, great value, new arrivals. Here's the best electric fireplaces of 2020. More of the content that we talked about. You just keep scrolling down. There's just a way for you to find it on this site if you're looking for it. Another testimonial. These are their features and awards. This is a trust builder. Why buy from us? In addition to having a tab that says why buy from us, she puts it right on her homepage, which is really smart. And then, down at the bottom, this is the site map. But all the way at the bottom here, this is, kind of the trust builder with all the credit card logos. And then this is House badges, which is a trust builder. The accredited, the Better Business Bureau trust builder, which has got 1.5 million likes to her Facebook page. So all in all, Modern Blaze is really a terrific looking site. Now, I want to show you one that competes with Modern Blaze, kind of, but took a little bit different approach. And that's a site called Ethanol Fireplace Pro. So they are very narrow in the name. They are Ethanol Fireplace Pros. And if you hover here, they show you all of their categories as well as their top brands on the far right over here. And they also have price, which is really nice. And the way that they've been able to expand their category from the name is they have shop ethanol alternatives. And so they have water vapor fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and electric mantle fireplaces. So they actually started as an ethanol fireplace site, picked a name, and then decided to expand into water vapor and electric. This site is known as having incredibly strong content. They have got all kinds of guides. Here's the ultimate guidebook for ethanol fireplaces. I will just tell you, you can go to this later and take a look at it, but they have an amazing amount of content, but it's really, really sharply focused on ethanol fireplaces as opposed to being, much broader in the niche, or niching out, I should say, and going to other things like electric and water vapor. They do offer those if you're shopping, but not nearly as much content or selection on those. Now I wanted to show you a site from someone else who is well known in the high-ticket dropshipping world, and this is Standing Desk Nation. 3 or 4 years ago, standing desks were quite popular niche, and I haven't heard as much about them lately. This is a very well laid out site. You can see out in the upper left-hand corner the phone number right away, free shipping, the guarantee, again, no mention of taxes. Here is a mega menu that shows you all of the different types of standing desks, the converters, and then the sit-stand desks, whether that's treadmill, bike, or conference tables. Here are the different accessories that go with this, and then right along the top, you get all of their brands, and it looks like they probably have 24 different brands. And then here are their resources, and their resources, which might be a little bit light. Now, I don't want to be critical because this is a 7-figure store, but their resources are standing desk benefits, the definitive guide, and then the best standing desks of 2020, the best standing desk converters of 2020, the best treadmill desks of 2020, and why standing desks. But my guess is that's probably for people that already know that they want a standing desk. As you come down the site, you can see it's very well laid out. Testimonials here in the middle. Here are the collections. Here are their best sellers, their featured brands. Here are more trust builders with all 5-star reviews. We only show our 5-star reviews when we put them up on the website. And then down at the bottom, they have the verified reviews from Judge.me, which is an app that you can get in Shopify, the different payment methods, and then Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time with the 800 number. Again, phone number is prominent if you want to call them. Most people, including ourselves, make sure that this email address is really close by because we all want to get email. In fact, on the voicemails on our answering machines. We tell people to email us, and we actually use a service called Grasshopper, where voicemail messages are transcribed, and we can read them, and we can email back if people leave us the email address. So we love to get email. People don't pick up messages from people that they don't recognize, and so getting an email address is really the best way to communicate with people that we found. But again, this is a beautiful site. They have a request a quote. I do recall that they sell, and I think I have a friend that sold standing desks, and the government and corporations buy standing desks, and so there is another B2B angle with standing desks. Now I want to show you a shop that's a little bit troubled. I like the layout a lot. I'll show you why I think it's troubled. I'm going to show you the layout because we're not going to have a site that's as nearly well built out as this to begin with. On both, all of the sites that we've seen so far, we've seen a lot of lifestyle photos, although these images here with the white backgrounds are what I'm going to feature in the next video. If you recall on Modern Blaze, most of these images were these are all called lifestyle images. So these are all lifestyle images. This is a little bit uneven. There's 3 white ones and a lifestyle image. But on my espresso shop, there's the one that I say is a little bit troubled, and I'll show you one in a second. There's a gorgeous photo here when you first jump on the site. If you're a coffee lover, this really appeals to me. But you can see how beautiful the white images work. The reason I mention this is kind of the new technology, and I would highly recommend that when you're building your sites, you adopt white images first with as many lifestyle images once you click through to the product as you can find. People love to look at the lifestyle images, but I think for the home page, the white background is really attractive and the way to go when you put together your website. And you can kind of tell when you look at the last 3 websites that even though this is a 3 to 4 year old website, I think this one actually looks a little bit cleaner to me. There is a problem. You can tell up top here that there's still a spring discount on. That's one dead giveaway. They haven't updated this. And then when you come over to the blog, when you look at the blog content, the most recent blog content was written in 2017. So the blog content is kind of old. It's from 3 to 4 years old. So there's something going on with this website. May not be, they should at least update it. Maybe it has been left fallow. Not quite sure what's going on. The reason I show it to you though is I like the way that it's constructed, and it's really just not that hard to look really good. Now the site that I wanted to show you, and the question I get all the time is how do we compete against somebody like Wayfair? Wayfair is a company that's I think about 20 years old now. They have never turned a profit. On numerous occasions, there have been rumors of bankruptcy. After the pandemic, the stock is up, 10 or 20x, and they're back in business. It looks like stronger than ever. But let's just take a look at what the electric fireplace department looks like on Wayfair. And let me ask you, as impartial shoppers, would you buy from Wayfair or would you buy from Modern Blaze or Ethanol Fireplace Pros? Now, this is the electric fireplace tab for Wayfair. Now, how did I find it? Well, it's not under furniture. It's not under outdoor. It's not under bed and bath. You have to come all the way down here to renovation and then click on electric fireplaces to get to this page. Okay, that's how you get here to begin with. Secondly, there's 921 results in electric fireplaces on Wayfair. They have everything. You can build a whole store just going to Wayfair, and I would suggest you do because they're a drop shipper. I would suggest you do go to Wayfair and look at what Wayfair is selling, because there's 921 electric fireplaces. It doesn't even mention ethanol or water vapor. But if you just scroll down here, I'm going to show you how they have tried to determine or tried to claim that they're niche authorities. You can see, I don't think the presentation is very good. You know, you've got lifestyle photo, white background, lifestyle photo, white background. It's very uneven. You keep scrolling down, you can see that there are 48 items per page and over 20 pages. And then when you get down here, this is where their content is. This is where their resources are. Electric fireplaces and stove, what should I get? And you can't even click through here. So it's not like they even answer it. And you know, these are the types, and that's all they're going to tell you. And these are the measurements, and that's all they're going to tell you. And this is where their answer to the installation guides that we saw on both Modern Blaze and Ethanol Fireplace Pros. And there's a few questions answered here, but you know, nothing too much. And then I really got a kick out of this. It says read less. Like that's enough. So I just wanted to show you what Wayfair looks like, because a lot of times people think that if Wayfair offers a product that it's going to be very difficult to compete with them. I think absolutely the opposite is true. I think that you can pretty much are guaranteed that if they offer a category, there is an opportunity for you if if you have the ability to become a real expert. All they have done here is throw up listings, and they haven't even done it very elegantly. These images are horrible. If we click through to the product listings, and I haven't done this, they probably don't even compare to what the products look like on the other sites we looked at. So we're going to spend a lot of time on product pages later, and I'm going to show you what I call a perfect product page looks like, and we have that resource available for you to take a look at, and what you need to do to build a perfect product page. So when Wayfair is offering it, if there's an opportunity to add value by going deeper and answering common questions, there is just a great opportunity to be a niche authority. I'm not going to say that Wayfair is going to go out of business, because they're in the right place at the right time selling things online, and they are certainly becoming a brand. More people know about them. My sister bought something for my mother recently. It wasn't something that she needed to have any help, though, in terms of information. There was no content. She purchased some relatively innocuous furniture for my mother, and there wasn't anything nearly as interesting as an installation guide that was required. It was just bedroom furniture. And so Wayfair is going to compete in kind of that commodity space, I suppose, but they're certainly not going to compete, in my mind, where there is information required, like an installation guide, like a price comparison range, this versus that in a range, or water vapor versus ethanol versus electric, what's right for you type of content that you would have if you own Modern Blaze or Ethanol Fireplace Pros. So this is the niche store tour. And again, I want to go back and just mention that we want to make sure that there aren't any points of presence that any of these folks have. And you can do that by looking at the About Us page or the Contact page. And in each of these cases, they don't. I'll go into this more later. But now I'm going to see if I can figure out how to toggle out of here and go into lesson 1, which is really kind of the strategy and kind of a high-level approach to why we're doing this, and some of the metrics and the key strategic rationale for high-ticket dropshipping. Welcome to lesson 1, and this is a topic I really like. I enjoy looking for new niches every day. We're going to talk about niche selection. And I love looking for new niches and probably look at a half a dozen every week, partly because it's very intellectually interesting to me and I like doing that, but partly because I know dozens of people who have built stores and who have sold those stores and then gone on and built second stores or third stores. And so what you're learning in this course is really a skill, and you can serially build and sell stores if you want to, or you can build and hold a portfolio of stores. So it really is a skill, and so I call this the fun begins. And this is what we're going to cover in lesson 1. First, I'm going to talk about an epiphany I had and poke a little bit of fun at myself. Secondly, we're going to talk about the financial profiles of both the stores, but also the products that we're going to sell. I want to talk a little bit about what our buyer profile looks like, and then I'm going to give you 10 niche disqualifiers, or what I call knockouts, so that if you're looking in a niche and it has one of these characteristics, at the very least you have to defeat my objection. You may want to just run, because I've got the bruises to prove that you should probably stay away, but you'll have to at least think about these things when you're looking at niches. And then finally, we're going to go through kind of a brainstorming exercise on how you can come up with a list of niches that we will take into lesson 2, where we will do niche research so that you can ultimately come up with the niches that you want to pursue, or ultimately a niche that you want to pursue. Now, my journey, and this is back in the time frame of probably 2014, starts with a former investment banker, a guy named Andrew Udarian. And Andrew quit investment banking, a man after my own heart, and he founded 2 dropshipping stores, one called Right Channel Radios that sold CB radios, and one called trollingmotors.net that sold trolling motors for bass fishing boats. The Right Channel Radios, their claim to fame was, and he solved a really interesting problem. When you buy a radio, you need you have to find a mounting for it. You've got to find the right cabling. You want to have an antenna that works, and you may own a car, you may own a pickup truck, you may own a panel van or a big truck. And he solved that problem. He made it really easy to mix and match on his website, and he did incredibly well with it. He will actually say that the price point for CB radios was too low, and that was one of the really big reasons that he sold it. He had a business that was doing a lot of orders, and he wasn't earning that much per order. And go take a look at Right Channel Radios. Really interesting is trollingmotors.net. Now, when I talk to people and they kind of think philosophically about niches, fishing is just too large a niche. I mean, it's huge. You couldn't possibly have something in the fishing niche. Bass fishing, even maybe too huge. Lots of different things that you could do if I said bass fishing. But if you do trolling motors for bass fishing boats, turns out that that's a really good niche. Andrew has a podcast and he has a website, and he actually sold this business very public in a public bid on his website back in, it must have been about 2015 or 16, and he got somewhere around $200,000, and so I think it was earning around $10,000 a month back then. So it's really quite quite profitable. And if you go to that site today, it's beautifully laid out. You'll see a great video. What's really fascinating is that there are only 2 suppliers on the site, and so it kind of defies kind of all of the advice I'm giving. He's doing incredibly well. Actually said that he launched the site with that name and started selling trolling motors. Subsequently built a huge catalog of resources if you take a look at his content, but he made his first sales without any content. I am a participant in a business that he has, which is a forum, and I pay $50 a month or thereabouts to be in the e-commerce fuel forum. And there's 1,000 members paying somewhere around $50 a month. So it's quite a good group of e-commerce entrepreneurs. And I'm fond of saying that it's probably the last thing that I'll cut out of my budget, because one great idea from that group of people, pays for, kind of the year's tuition. Now, what my epiphany is, it came from listening to his podcast. And on his podcast, he had a wonderful guest, a woman who I really think is fascinating. Her name is Dana Johnzemus, and Dana is a serial purchaser of businesses, websites in particular. She likes to look for businesses that are offline and take them online, and obviously turbo boost their earnings. And he asked her this fascinating question on the podcast. And I literally still remember where I was when I heard this question, because I wanted to hear the answer. And he said, when you're looking at these businesses that these sellers are selling, kind of what is the what's the barrier that the sellers run into? What's the reasoning behind it? And what would cause you to walk away from a deal? And I still remember this like it was yesterday. She paused for a second and she said, well, the reasons are varied that people sell them. She said, but what will cause me to walk away is that I can fix anything but the margins. Now, the reason that this was such an epiphany to me is that in my business career, the businesses I've run, I have levers where I can, raise prices, I can lower costs, I can manage the margins. But in the dropshipping business, we're price takers. So our suppliers tell us what their products cost, and they tell us the minimum advertised price. So we're going to go into this later in detail, but we always sell at MAP, or minimum advertised price. And so our margins are fixed. And so when Dana said, I can fix anything but the margins, that really kind of got me going and made me really think hard about this business model. And we're going to go through some of what I think are the great features of the business model. But first, let's talk about the numbers for the business. Our goal is to earn $200 to $500 on each and every sale, hopefully thereabouts. This is going to mean that our products are going to need to be priced in the $1,000 to $5,000 price range. I suggest that people don't go below $500 with their core products. And by the way, I'm referring to core products. I'm not referring to accessories. We love it when folks come in and buy accessories, unless that's all you're selling. But if that's the add-on to their core purchase, that's great. In general, margins for drop shipping stores run in the 9 to 15% neighborhood. So think of a store is running 9 to 15%. I just cut a deal with a supplier for one of our top selling SKUs where we're going to earn 23% on that SKU, and we sell a lot of that SKU every month, and so that's going to drag my numbers up. I'm really happy about that. Now, something that was not intuitive to me when I got into this business is that the higher the price of the product, the higher the margin. So a $1,000 item might have a 20 or 25% margin, but a $5,000 product, the margin could be 30, 35, or 40%. So it's not the same thing as selling 5 $1,000 items as it is 1 $5,000 items. So obviously you're not going to sell as many $5,000 items. And for some people that's nerve-wracking because they like the dopamine hit every time they see a sale. We've built a portfolio of stores where we get some high-ticket sales and we earn bigger margins, and we built ones that are a little bit more like gumball machines. They're more steady. But keep that in mind when you're looking at your niche and about the economics. Now, the economics of a $1,000 sale look something like this. The cost of goods sold is going to be $700 to $750, which is 70 to 75% of the sales price. Our advertising costs are 5 to 10%, and our payment processing fees are 3%. And by the way, the cost of goods sold includes shipping. So that gives us margins in the 10 to 15% range. What I am not factoring in here is our operating costs. And operating costs for dropshipping stores and most technology companies are notoriously low. I mean, they're really low. We really don't have much. We have our Shopify fees. We've got $8 a month for Google Mail. There's just not a lot of things until you scale the store and you add a virtual assistant. And those are happy days when you have the money to pay a virtual assistant. So that's just in general what kind of the economics of $1,000 sale look like, and that's generally what the economics look like for a dropshipping store. Now, the types of buyers that we're going to want to attract are obviously upper middle class to wealthy. I shouldn't say obviously, they are upper middle class to wealthy. They have the disposable income to purchase higher priced goods. By the way, some of you may ask, do we offer financing on our sites? We absolutely do. We use an app that's integrated into Shopify called Affirm, and so you can get payment plans. The other thing is that these buyers are savvy buyers and they'll buy things online. That's obviously got to be one of the qualifiers for the buyer profile that we're looking for. And fortunately, more and more people are buying things online. As a matter of fact, sometime in the late spring, maybe it was April, maybe it was May, Shopify, which is the platform that we use, went to their customers' customers. So they went not to the merchants, they went to the end customers, and they surveyed them, and 45% of those customers reported having purchased from a new online store this year. So that does not mean that if you shop at Walmart, you bought from Walmart.com. It means you bought from somebody you haven't purchased from before. That's really a huge new dynamic in the marketplace, and the adoption of e-commerce is really, catching fire. Unfortunately, for reasons that no one wishes, but it is a benefit for those of us who sell online. Now, let me tell you about what I call the disqualifiers or knockouts. The first one is actually fairly simple to identify. You don't want to have a niche where there is a brand affinity, it's really strong brand affinity. So think of something like an iPhone. Now, most things in the household goods sector, that's not the case. It might be a little bit more suspect in hobby niches. Probably not so much in business-related stuff. But you don't want something with an incredible brand affinity. Think electronics mostly. I mentioned, I want to reiterate the low core product paradigm. We're not against low-priced accessories, but you want to keep at the minimum $500, I think, but you prefer to be in that $1,000 to $5,000 range. I put seasonal products down here, but let me just explain. All products have, typically a better summer selling season or maybe a better holiday season. That's normal. What you don't want is to sell something that has a once-a-year spike. So think Halloween something or other, okay? If you're going to keep a team of people, you've got to keep them busy, and that doesn't work too well if you sell something that has a big spike once a year. Anything with declining demographic trends. These are fairly obvious. This is essentially stay away from fads. So, even though it's a low price thing, kids used to buy these things called fidget spinners. We would never sell something that low price. But anything that's a real fad. There were things called these hoverboards a few years ago. I think they were fairly high priced. That was clearly going to be a fad. Number 5 is a big one. And this is anything with a high return profile. And this really disqualifies apparel, fashion related things, jewelry. Why? Apparel comes in small, medium, and large, and it comes in different shades of color. We sell things that are 36 inches, 48 inches, 60 inches. The shades of color, we've, in the last 5 years, maybe had a few returns because the color didn't match expectations or what was on the website. But You don't want to be facilitating returns at the rate you would facilitate returns if you were in the fashion or apparel or jewelry business. I mean, it's just not going to be something that you want to have as an everyday occurrence. I mean, you want to ship it, you want it to be accepted, and you want to move on to the next order. Number 6, I have a personal story about, and this is being cautious about things that have a high phone support required. We owned a store that sold massage chairs. These were typically priced between $2,500 and $10,000. We live where the we're not awake when the customers were shopping. A lot of older folks, so there's an older demographic that bought this, didn't buy things necessarily off the website. Maybe we could have done a better job with our website. But it wasn't a good match because we were having to get on the phone to call people back to convert the sale. So think hard about whether or not it's typical in the niche you're looking at that people make a phone call. Now, maybe this is something that you like. I'll give you a great example. We have a store that sells high-priced things. We had an $11,000 sale the other day. First visit to our store, and this never ceases to amaze me that people will pull out a credit card, and he didn't even click on an ad, so I didn't even have to pay. It came in through organic search. I didn't even have to pay for an ad click. And the reason that I mentioned that is that I wouldn't mind getting on the phone to make an $11,000 sale with those kinds of margins, but I don't want to have it be an everyday thing. That would, for that store, that's clearly an outlier. As a matter of fact, yesterday we had a sale that was $6,000 for the same store. Again, didn't have to get on the phone. The brand and product are well known and well understood. Number 7, a small number of suppliers. Please try to identify niches that have at least 15 suppliers. We own and operate stores that have 6 or 7, but if you start with 15, maybe it'll be relatively easy to land the first buy. As you establish some credibility in your niche, you can add more, and then there may be some folks that hold out, and those ones that you really wanted, it takes a little longer to convince them. But if you only start out with 6, 7, 8, 9 suppliers, you just may not have enough to start. You can certainly look for other online-only stores and see what they're doing as a lead indicator, and you can defeat this if you can make the case that you can do a better job and there's another store out there that's doing really well. Number 8 is too many good competitors. I have a story that I'm going to tell in lesson 3 about a store that we had that had a terrific supplier, and when we bought the store, there was only 12 retailers selling this supplier's products, and within a year there were 50. And so there are just too many good competitors, and the economics there change for us. How many competitors are too many competitors? I think if you have less than 10 online-only niche authority sites, you're okay if it's a big enough niche. I wouldn't want to see 10 folks, for example, in the electric fireplace niche because it's just not that large. You're going to kind of have to balance the number of competitors with the size of the niche and what you can see as your opportunity. But just be careful that you're looking at a niche that looks like it's pretty well established and that there's a place for you in that niche that you can identify. Number 9 is a really good one. It knocks out a lot of potential niches, which is anything that you don't want a niche where you can get in your car and drive, let's say, an hour and find a full selection of products. That just doesn't work. People will do that. They don't need you. We sell bathroom vanities, and you might be able to go down to the Home Depot and see 3 or 4 of them, but we have thousands on our website, and there's no one on this masterclass can get in their car and go see anywhere near a representative selection of either the suppliers
or kind of the supplier that they want, or the number of vanities that you can buy online. I think most bathroom vanities are bought online now. And then number 10 is a tip of the hat, anything with crummy margins. This is one that you may only find out after the fact, but be careful and look at what try to discern what you can about the margins, but obviously you can't have a store that doesn't give you enough room to make that, let's call it 9 to 15% profit margin that I talked about. Now let's talk a little bit about how you can go about starting your own list that we will then figure out how to analyze in lesson 2. What are some of the ways that you can come up with ideas? First of all, I will, let's just start with the obvious ones. Anything that you've purchased recently and spent a fair amount of money, you've probably already done the work. So if there's, if you had a good experience, if if it could have been better. So that's an easy one. Look around your home and think about what are some of the things that you're thinking about upgrading. In my dining area, it's kind of dark, and I need a light, and the light's going to be visible to everybody. I'm probably willing to spend a fair amount of money on the light. And the reality is that I don't even know anything about lights, but I'm gonna buy this online, and be willing to spend a fair amount of money depending on the right light. But I have to go educate myself on this. So that's what I'm going to do. So by the way, I've got a problem with my dining room table, so I might have to do more than just the light in the dining room table. I mentioned Home Depot before. Walk around the mall and look for things with limited selections, just like you might go to Home Depot and look for things with limited selections. If you can see 3, 4, 5, or 6 of something, and you say, well, that's a high price thing, I wonder if I could put suppliers on a website and give people a better experience. It's a very high likelihood that you can. You absolutely can. So that's a really good one. This is kind of a corollary. The next one, what do you want or need? If you're looking around your house, or what your friends might want or need, think of things like that. And then finally, we have a free resource that has over 100 proven niches that can give you, kind of a thought starter for things that you might want to look at. These are niches where we've seen stores in these niches. We have seen people report that stores have sold in these niches. It's a pretty good thought starter if you're looking for niches. Now let's go on and talk about what we're going to do with this list and how we actually go through the process of doing niche research. Call this finding gold, and the gold here is really your suppliers, because your suppliers are the relationships that are going to be enduring. They define your niche, and they're the ones that really provide your paycheck. There's a lot of customers out there that come and go, but it's really the suppliers. And so kind of think about, how do I find those suppliers? And you'll hear me say this, a million times today. You find online only competitors, which validates the niche, and you look at their suppliers. You saw us in the niche store tour. We went to the brands tab. We found those suppliers. Those are the folks that are on the hit list. And when I see, like I did in Ethanol Fireplace Pros and in Modern Blaze, a couple of dozen suppliers, it gets me really excited. In this lesson, I want to talk about something I came up with called the Online Retail Framework. This is how I think the e-commerce world works. Take it as my own contribution to, Wall Street or something like that. I'm still trying after all these years. Secondly, I want to talk about minimum advertised price, or MAP, and tell you some of the subtleties of it and the importance of it. Third, I want to talk about Google Shopping. Raise your hand if you know what Google Shopping is, And when I've done that with people at dinner parties and stuff like that, no one knows what Google Shopping is. And I'll tell a story about Google Shopping. And then we're going to talk about identifying competitors, going back to my theme, and then talk about finding dropship friendly suppliers. So let's start with the online retail framework. Very simply put, I've broken this down into price levels. I believe that below $200 for most basic goods, that Amazon is going to win this segment of the marketplace. Now that kind of Amazon's on speed dial for a lot of people, they're just going to reorder. I really wouldn't want to be competing with Amazon in things that are below $200. You're not here because you want to compete against Amazon, so you probably buy that. Let me then go up to the next segment that I've identified, which is probably from like $300 to $500. And this is where there's a little bit of information required. So I had a situation where I wanted to get my daughter a cheap pair of earbuds. And I don't know other than AirPods, Apple AirPods. I didn't want to spend that much. So I went and I Googled, best earbuds and wireless earbuds. And I went to Google and I went to YouTube and actually got better results on YouTube. And I was able to buy something, from what is known as an Amazon affiliate site. So it gives you all of the information. You make the choice on which one you want. When you click on buy, it sends you to Amazon. We're going to talk about that in a second. So I think that and these are kind of information light sites. They're not information heavy. They have a very targeted focus around some search phrases, and that's what they do. Then above $500, I think it's all about niche authority sites, and I'm going to, in a moment, tell you how powerful I think this is, and why I make this claim. Why does Amazon win the low end? Well, they're really a logistics company, if you think about it. They have warehouses within a 2-hour drive of it's over 70% of the U.S. disposable income. So their promise of fast shipping and free shipping is only getting better every day. Everything they do is all about getting you your stuff, if not overnight, later that day. It's just amazing. I had a conversation with my brother the other day, and he bought something off of Amazon at 7 o'clock his time, and he had it in the following morning. I was amazed. I haven't been back and seen the United States in a bit, and I haven't seen that. So, they deliver commodity goods basically incredibly well. We all know that they've expanded into grocery, and they're doing really well in grocery. I do think that Walmart is going to be a competitor for them in grocery. And the reason I say that is that I think there are a lot of two-earner households. They can't be home when Amazon delivers, but Walmart has so many points of presence that folks can order and then pick it up. And I think Walmart's going to be a great competitor there. But I don't think that in these two categories that anybody is really ever going to catch Amazon, because I think from a technology standpoint and as you use them more, you get Prime and you get all these benefits. I think they have an amazing lead that I think it's quite frankly unassailable. Now, Amazon affiliate sites exist because Amazon doesn't offer advice. They offer a variety. So we all know what an Amazon product listing looks like. It's pretty poor. The best advice that they can give you is that people that bought this also bought this, because they're trying to sell you something else too, or something in addition to what you're looking for. So Amazon affiliate sites have grown up, being, providing good reviews. So you'll typically get to one by, best electric blanket or top selling earbuds, some search query like that. It'll take you to an Amazon affiliate site that's in that $300 to $500 range, although they're going higher. And that's where they exist. Interestingly, Amazon has lowered the commission rates that they pay They did this in, I think it was March, maybe April, by about 60%. So it's much less lucrative to build these sites. What Amazon is obviously doing is that they're leveraging their huge logistics capability and paying out a minor amount of commissions now. Commissions, I don't think that there's a category that's now north of 5 or 6%. It used to go as high as 10. So I think when you look at what Amazon has done and what their orientation is, that the Amazon is saying that they're a logistics company and they're really not in the advice business. And that bottom line on the slide, I think is really, that opens the door for us. I would love to hear somebody with a dissenting opinion try to convince me, because I don't think you can. But that's what I think. So this is why I think that niche authority sites using the high-ticket dropshipping model, they win. Larger purchases just require more information and a greater selection. Consumers want to purchase from experts. They don't want to purchase from generalists. The department store model is dead. Niche authority stores provide targeted and expert advice with a huge selection in that given niche. Think trollingmotors.net, okay? You probably wouldn't go anyplace else if you're looking for a trolling motor. It's right there in the name. And as of today, this is a huge trend, and it's going to continue. And you've heard me say this before, maybe you haven't, but one of the first things I learned when I was at Goldman Sachs in the 1980s was that the way to make great money is to get into a huge trend early and take advantage of it. The next concept I want to talk about, and how we can exist and profit with this strategy, is the construct in the United States called minimum advertised price, or MAP pricing sometimes it's called. So when you sign up with a supplier, one of the documents you're going to sign is known as a MAP agreement. And that supplier will spell out to you how they enforce MAP. And what MAP is it's the lowest price that you're allowed to sell their products. Now, there are some slight variations of MAP. You might be able to offer a store level discount if you don't change the price of the product. You might be able to offer a free gift, or the supplier may not allow any of those things. It may be strict MAP policy. Now, why does MAP exist? Well, while we are going to be using suppliers that are not well known to a lot of people, the brand integrity of these suppliers' brands is really important to them. And the quintessential classic example that I give is, think of Louis Vuitton handbags. Louis Vuitton doesn't want you to buy one of their handbags in their boutique, let's say for $999, and go across the street and see it for sale for $889 or something like that. That's the exact same motivation for our brands, albeit they are not a lot of them, they're not luxury goods brands, but they want to maintain brand integrity. And I talked to retailers in the UK who wouldn't sell things to the retail public because they couldn't control the pricing, and they were doing so well in the business market, marketing directly to businesses where they could control it because they sold directly, that they said, no, we're not going to go to the retail market. So it's a big deal, and it's unique to the US market. Now, I have a resource available to folks that are on this masterclass that live overseas and want to sell in their local markets, or maybe their home market. And it's called Dropshipping Abroad. And there are great ways to make money, and they're all in this resource. So you can take away from this masterclass that you can profit in overseas markets. And the most popular ones probably are the UK and the continent, Australia, and maybe in some niches in Canada. Those are probably the most popular foreign markets. So you don't have to have MAP. those markets are well behind the United States in their development. So if you get in there, you get in early, you can really, kind of build a moat around your brand. But what MAP really does for us in the United States, going back to Dana John Zemas, is it really defines our margins. We're, price takers. And what that means is that, in the bathroom vanity business, while I'm not as big as Home Depot, and I'm sure they buy things cheaper than I do, they can't sell them any cheaper than I do. So I can go in there and I can make my money because Home Depot can't lower their prices and push me out of the market. And that's, why it's such a beautiful thing. If you would like to, you may want to rewatch this and think about it, but when you go and you actually see something that you're looking to buy that's high dollar price, and you see everybody at the same price, that's what's going on. Now, if you violate MAP, some suppliers are really tough, and they're going to warn you once, and the second time they're going to terminate your right to sell their products. Some are a little bit more forgiving because they understand that maybe one of your workers did it, there was a snafu, but you do not want to violate MAP. You want to stick to it and don't push the envelope because that's a good way to get fired. Now, in terms of doing analysis around the niche, one of the resources that's very little known that I think is not well understood is Google Shopping. And you can find Google Shopping either by going to google.com/shopping, or if you put in a product and search for it, there's tabs underneath the search bar. And there's one for images, there's one for Google Shopping, and there's some other ones. And if you hit the shopping tab, you're going to see the item that you searched for, and it's going to show you who's selling that item. And Google Shopping is an amazing resource, and I really, between now and when we get together in a week, spend some time on Google Shopping. If you're in the United States, your default will be Google Shopping US. If you're outside the United States and you want to sell in the United States, you can use a VPN and connect to the United States, clear your browser history. If you don't have a VPN, you can go to Chrome and use an incognito window, and there's a setting for you to set your location to the United States. It's not as good as the other two options, but this is going to allow us to do some really quick niche research that is incredibly it's basically streamlines our niche research. So you can start with a general search like leather sofas, and you can then come down and identify an attractive SKU. And what you want to do is you want to look at a SKU in Google Shopping. So you want to actually look at the SKU level, and what happens in Google Shopping is when you look at a SKU level, you're going to see all of the folks that are selling it and the price they're selling it. So it's going to tell you two things. It's going to tell you who the competitors are, and it's going to tell you if the price is the same, that it has MAP pricing. Let me just repeat that. When you get down to the SKU level and you search for it, you're going to see results as to who is selling that SKU, advertising that SKU, and what the price is in Google Shopping. And if that price is always the same, it's always $9.99, maybe there's eBay, somebody selling it for less, or some discount bandit or something like that. But if it's generally all the same, you can pretty much bet that that's MAP pricing. And so that's how you utilize Google Shopping to find who your competitors are going to be. Now, when you look at the competitors, you go to each of their websites and you figure if they're an online-only retailer, and then you have your supplier. So that's probably the best way that I can think of to actually find your suppliers, which is to go through the process using Google Shopping. Identify your competitors, and then identify the online-only competitors who are going to have the suppliers you want. So our next topic is talking a little bit about kind of who the competitors are and what they kind of look like and who they appeal to. This probably is a little bit redundant with what we said in the niche store tour, but in the big box arena, you've got folks like Home Depot, Walmart. I don't know if Sears is still active. Folks like that. Department stores, fewer and fewer of them, really. Nordstrom's, Neiman Marcus come to mind. In the e-commerce world, the big players in e-commerce that are big across lots, have millions of SKUs, would be Wayfair and Hayneedle. And then the other folks, the ones that are of interest to us, are the niche authority stores, and your real competitors are the folks that have the niche in the name. So you want to be careful, when you're looking for an ethanol fireplace, Ethanol Fireplace Pros, those are your competitors. If you're looking for, a trolling motor, trollingmotors.net, those are your real competitors. Think of those guys. Don't think of the guys in these other three groups. Now, the supplier profile that we're going to look like, we just talked about how to find the suppliers, which is by identifying the online only suppliers. They generally don't have a website that they sell on, but if they do, it's not that big a deal. We deal with some folks like that. Maybe they take a little bit off the top. Most of them don't want to deal with retail, to be honest with you. And since they don't have multiple brands, and I use brands and suppliers interchangeably, as you can tell, they're really not that credible, but somebody might want to go to a supplier. Generally, the experience isn't that good. I mentioned many times now, that the suppliers sell through other online retailers and brick and mortar stores. Ideally, we'd like to have a seller that has a very few number of retailers and a very large product line. That would be ideal, and those are around in some niches. It's still amazing to me that they're around. Particularly, they don't have a lot of online-only retailers. That's just a dream. You find some incredibly old, well-known suppliers that just don't have a presence with online-only retailers. It's just amazing. You find those and they're gold. And then something I want to mention, because this has been particularly fertile for us, which is if you can find new suppliers. If you find a new supplier, they have a ton of time to talk to you, give feedback to you, and as they grow, you will grow, and as you grow, they will grow. So it's a great thing to find newer suppliers. And quite frankly, a lot of the big retailers don't have these folks. They're not prepared to handle them, they can't support them, or they just haven't found them for whatever reason. So that was our lesson on niche research. Now we're going to move into lesson 3. In lesson 3, I want to talk about buying versus building websites. And this is going to, I've named this online real estate with quotes as an asset class, because it is an asset class. And my story here is that I kind of found this asset class back in 2012 or 13, and I realized that websites of all type can be purchased. And throughout my career in the wealth management world, I've looked at lots of new asset classes, and they all have kind of the same characteristics. The information is poor. There's no institutional money. Buyers really don't necessarily know what they're getting. There's not a great structure around new asset classes, and so they're cheap. And so there's websites of all kinds, and it's a new asset class, and they're cheap. Buying a website allows you to substitute time for money. Obviously, you can look at the track record of that website and determine with some certainty how they've done and what they might do in the future. And you can look for areas that now that you've had this training that you can improve. And it's amazing the number of folks that just get tired of operating the website that they're operating, and they just want to sell it. They want out. I've purchased 2 websites One from a guy in Bangkok who just wanted to live another year in Bangkok, and so with the proceeds of my purchase from him, he was able to do that. Another woman who just wanted to go travel, and even though her business didn't take a lot of effort, she just wanted to take chips off the table. So I think the online real estate analysis or analogy has some validity as a comparison. I'm quoted sometimes in the media. That's what writers always ask you about, and so I go with it and try and draw the comparisons and contrast real estate, digital real estate versus physical real estate, and I think there are some good comparisons. Now, where can you find websites to buy, and why are we talking about this in a website building course? Good question. Let me answer the second question first. The reason that we're talking about this is that if you are on the list that I'm about to help you get set up, you are going to get listings that come for sale at a variety of different website brokers and sources. And you're going to see what a successful website looks like in a niche. And when you see this, you can oftentimes copy something that they're doing, and you can certainly learn from what they're doing and implement it to your advantage. I have a wonderful story that I'm going to tell you in just a few slides how we saw something and it literally made us millions of dollars in revenues. Now, the places to find these websites, the best one is something called Centurica Market Watch. Centurica is an aggregator of data. They actually do evaluations for people that are purchasing and or selling websites. They are not a broker. And if you sign up on their list and you go to their widget, you can sign up for dropshipping sites that are going to sell from $20,000 to, let's say, $250,000 or $1 million. And then once or twice a week you're going to get an email from them, and it's going to have from all of the brokers that they aggregate these websites. They're going to send you the listings, and then you can go read them. Now, one of the places I suggest you don't go, other than to look but don't go to buy, is a marketplace called Flippa. Flippa has a bunch of really, I don't want to say the word scammy, but they have a lot of dubious activity there. There's a lot of people that professionally build websites to folks to try to sell them to newbies. They've gotten better at cutting down on scams, but it's kind of like the Wild West. I don't suggest you look at those. It can be addictive. Don't go down that route. Three better ideas are Empire Flippers, who are friends of mine. I've actually done a testimonial for them. FE International, which is a wonderful boutique based out of London and Boston. And then Quiet Light Brokerage, which serves the high end, but they really do a wonderful job with their listings. And if you get on their list and you read their PDF documents they send out on each listing, they're just wonderfully done. They also have a terrific podcast. If you're a podcast listener, I love to listen to the folks that they have on their podcast. Let me just spend a minute and talk about how these websites are priced. Currently, they're priced anywhere on the low end from 2 times annual earnings to the high end, maybe 3 to 3.5 times annual earnings. But it's generally expressed on a multiple of monthly earnings. So 2 years would be 24 months, 3 years would be 36 months. And so you'll see a valuation if you go to one of those website brokers, and it'll usually tell you what the monthly multiple is. This is a similar valuation, by the way, to physical businesses with physical locations that are private businesses in the United States. Quite frankly, those ones you're paying for inventory, sometimes good or bad. You're paying for real estate, which is not necessarily productive. So you're going to be locked into a location. I'd rather have my money go to a really tricked out website that has a proven track record and be in front of the trend that we've been talking about than being a physical location for all of the reasons you probably heard me talk about. Now, what drives the valuations of websites is higher profit drives higher multiples. So if you operate a website, everybody only has 40 work hours in a week or 168 hours in a week. If you can spend your time, higher price websites get higher multiples because people value an hour of their time. The longevity of a website really is important. So something that's been around for 5 years is going to get a higher multiple than something that's been around for 2. So actually, between 1 and 2.5 years is a sweet spot where you can buy things relatively cheaply, hold it for 3 years, you get a higher multiple. And then diversity of revenue is always something very good. So you don't want something that only uses paid traffic. You don't want something that only uses organic traffic. You don't want something that only uses social traffic. You'd like to get a diversity of revenue. And then one warning light that I'll flash here is just remember, if you do go down the road with a website broker, they're on the side of the seller. That's their fiduciary responsibility. I describe this as the same as being at a poker table and not knowing who the sucker is. So when you find yourself in that situation, you gotta hold your breath and hope that you get through it. This is a world where there's not a lot of great information. It's a little bit murky, and you don't have any help on your side of the table. So just keep that in mind. So it's something that is definitely something that you've got to be careful of. So let me now tell you a little bit about our personal history in the website investing world. We purchased our first site, which was not a great purchase because it was a low ticket website, and it had about a little over $100 average order value, and it had a long track record. So it was 10 years old or longer, and had has done well for us, paid us back. It was really never a home run. We then purchased a month later, and that was October of 2015, our second website. This is one I often talk about because it was very frustrating. And the reality is that every day that we didn't have a mistake, we kind of heaved a sigh of relief, and my wife and I basically, kind of came up with the notion that if it didn't bankrupt us, we'd just learn from it and move on. It wasn't going to bankrupt from us. But if you come from the corporate world like I do, you're not accustomed to being wrong that often, and it seemed like we were learning something or kind of wrong every day. But we paid $25,500 for a site that had $1,250 of monthly profit, and the average sale price for our bathroom vanities was about $1,100. And so it fits the high ticket model. And through 2016, we kind of struggled with it. In the fall of 2016, from one of the website brokers that I mentioned, I got a offering listing from somebody who was in the bathroom vanity business, and they were selling on the Houzz platform. Now, we had an account on Houzz, but we hadn't invested much time in it. And I went to my wife, who had been kind of pushing this notion to me, and I had been telling her, I had been ignoring her, and I said, we're going all in on Houzz. And she looked at me like I was crazy. And when you work with your wife, that's what happens. Sometimes you are. She was right, and I was wrong. And in a very quick order, we uploaded a whole bunch of products to Houzz, and we ended up selling in 2017 and 2018 over $2 million, most of that on Houzz. The profits of that business today on the low end are maybe $5,000 a month, and generally $10,000 or more on a monthly basis. So it's served us incredibly well, and we've subsequently leveraged that store, which has just a ton of SKUs and a lot of suppliers, and we've taken a lot of suppliers and we created stores, clones that have a smaller number of suppliers. We've created subsets of the products, and we've got four other stores that are linked to that concept in the kind of the bathroom world. So, and each one of them can be serviced by the same team of virtual assistants, and the vast majority of that work is outsourced. We don't spend much time a week on it. We oversee it. Sometimes there's some problems, but we don't really do much at all. So it really does generate for us darn close to passive income. It's semi-passive because we have to be involved in it and keep an eye on it. But it's been something that has been very good to us over the last almost 5 years now. But our journey has a few more twists and turns, and I alluded to this a little earlier. I mentioned that originally that website had the most profitable supplier. Suddenly expanded the number of online retailers up to kind of 40 plus, but somebody else, another supplier in the portfolio, then suddenly became 70% of our revenues, and we got featured on their where to buy page, which is kind of the most wonderful thing that can happen to you. When you go to a supplier's website, they will have where do you buy these products. When you get your logo up there right next to Amazon or one of the big guys, makes you feel great. They allowed us really to, and we expanded to House, as I mentioned, in 2017. That brand did particularly well because we were the first ones there with that brand. House subsequently changed their model, and it's much less of a contributor to the revenues. But we've now expanded and got these that help fund the 4 clones that I talked about. But we did have sold over 5,000, fulfilled over 5,000 orders on House. So it's done quite well for us. But the journey is not over yet. The 4 major suppliers, kind of now, we have 4 major suppliers now that really drive the bulk of the revenue, so it's much more balanced. We have had 2 situations where the national sales manager for one of our big suppliers, or the head of distribution, they call them. This is the guy that runs kind of all of the inventory and the relations with us retailers. They've left and gone to a new supplier, and they've reached out to us right away, and we immediately filled out the paperwork. So we added great suppliers, from relationships that we've developed in that market. We have our suppliers now call us and they say, look, we know that you folks like this SKU or these SKUs, and we only have a few left. Would you like them? We'd like to get rid of them. How about a deal? And now, after 5 years, we're well known in this industry, and it's a kind of a wonderful thing to have these long-standing relationships. As I mentioned at the very outset, your suppliers are gold, and they're the reason that you can actually kind of live the lifestyle that we live, and it is a wonderful lifestyle. We have, for the bathroom vanity complex, 2 virtual assistants in the Philippines that do the customer service. And I'll go through kind of all of the outsourcing and the tools later in the program, but we use Slack and Asana to communicate. We have training that we put together so that if we lose somebody, we have all of our processes captured. We've implemented an accounting. And the point I want to make is that kind of the longer that you're doing this with kind of the store that you build, the longer you do it, the easier it gets. There is one strategy that I thought I would throw out to you, where if you have a little bit of money, not a huge amount of money, and you want to kind of trade that money for kind of a quicker ramp up, there are always some set of circumstance that compel folks to sell younger sites. And if you can buy a site that's maybe a year or 2 years, or a year and a half, and it might have $500 to $1,000 a monthly profit, that might cost $5,000 to $15,000. And you see these in a lot of Facebook forums. I'm in a lot of Facebook and other forums, so I see them. I will post them and do post them in the VIP Facebook forum that we have. And what you do is you can take a look at this and see if you like the niche, find out what the margins are. You just add more products. You already have a store that's got some suppliers and products uploaded. And the thing that I always look for that never ceases to be amazing to me is that they'll be, the ones that are a little older that are making some money, they'll have a Google ad campaign that's making money, and all you have to do is throw more money at that ad campaign. And literally, if you're let's say your margins are 15%, if you throw $1 and you earn more than 6-7 times that in revenue, it's highly generative to you. And I would tell you that it's actually, when you implement the strategies that we're going to talk about later, when you use retargeting, it's actually worth more than that. So there is a strategy that is kind of in between building from scratch and going to the website brokers who generally deal at levels way above that. And so that is the end of part 1, end of lesson 3. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your patience. Part 1 has been kind of a sprint here. Hope that so far this is starting to come together and make some sense. We're now going to move into the question and answer period. So let me figure out how to toggle into the question and answer period. You all could join today, and really excited to be able to do these Q&A sessions and see if we can't kind of answer some questions along the way. So let me just first ask everyone, I love to do this, and we do it at the beginning of the first Q&A session. In the chat box, I want you to rate yourself as number 1, number 2, or number 3. Number 1 is someone who's already retired. So I retired in June of last year. So I would be a number 1. Number 2, put yourself as a number 2 if you have a retirement date set in stone, and it's not more than, let's say, 2 to 3 years out, okay? But it's pretty much set in stone. Now, understand that retirement dates move around a little bit, but you're on the glide path. And put down number 3 if you're further out from retirement than that. Okay, I always love to get kind of the thing, and then Jenny will take a look at take a look at that and tell me, and I'll see if it kind of matches up with our prior master classes. We've now been doing these master classes this is completing our 4th year. So that's how much information is packed into the Facebook group. I approved a whole bunch of people during the beginning here, and that's the place where you can jump right into the conversations. Please do me a favor. You can send me a direct message, but I can't see it sometimes unless we're friends. So send me a friend request. In fact, I've tried to send people friend requests, and I'm not exactly sure how Facebook works, but sometimes people will, Facebook doesn't let me see the message. So send me a friend request. Let's be friends on Facebook. I spend all my time in our own forum, our own group, and then some others that I'm involved in. When you first start in this journey, you come in, and the kind of the base of the pyramid, if you will, is your excitement and your determination. And I just really want you to harness that. And I you'll see on the Facebook group, I post this all the time, that people they overestimate what they can get done in the short term, and they underestimate what they can get in the long term. And I can tell you, I made this comment in the group the other day, that I think the reason I'm on this masterclass is that this is our 9th year. I've just been doing this, a little bit every day for 9 years. And, it's great. Now I'm retired. And when we first started down this path, I was lost. So I would say that. The second thing is, as you've just seen, niche selection is really, really important to get right. And so, be thoughtful. Don't rush it. Look, I know everybody wants to get started right away, but selecting niches we're thinking about. I mean, it took me forever. Okay, so it's not a sprint. Okay, it's a marathon. Think about it. Compare different niches. I really took quite a long time to do that. The third thing is getting your website right. At the end of the day, your website is, that's how you're going to be contacting suppliers, and ultimately that's where your customers are going to come. So that is your major business asset, except for on top of that is your suppliers. Once you have suppliers on the website and you have revenues and income, now you have cash flow coming in, and you have a business that you can sell. So that's the way I think about it. And I just thought I would kind of start with that framework. What do we have in terms of some questions, Jenny?
Great. Yeah. Well, just to answer your first question, we're seeing a lot of people say they are number ones. We've got 1, 2, we've got a 3. So a nice mix so far. Keep them coming in, and we can maybe revisit it afterwards. But yeah, a big thank you to everyone who has sent questions in so far. And just a reminder, we'll have 2 extra Q&A sessions later today. So if your question doesn't get answered right now, don't worry, we do have plenty of time. So the first question we have is from Kim, and Kim asks, how can you tell if the niche product you are sourcing on the internet is being offered by a supplier/manufacturer, or if you are looking at the web page of another drop shipper?
Kim, that's a great question. Thanks for asking it. And obviously a supplier will only have one brand, their brand, on the website. So you can immediately tell a supplier in that they only have one brand. Sometimes suppliers do sell to the public. I don't like to use them, but I think we beat them because we have multiple brands on our website, and so I think we do a better job. I don't want to be uncharitable here, but most suppliers' websites look like they were built in the 90s. Okay, so they really look horrible. Okay, so if you're seeing a brand on multiple websites, it's definitely not the supplier. And so that they could become if you have identified the website as a drop shipper, and a drop shipper is someone that has no physical store and has no warehouse. Okay, so they're online only, and you can read the about page, and they'll say they're online only, and they'll have no pictures of a storefront. They'll have no pictures of a warehouse. If the brand is on a drop shipper's website, that's a potential brand for you. Great question, really important to get right. Thanks for asking.
Thanks, Ian. This next one is from Ron. To me, driving traffic to your store is the most important element of this type of business. Where and how do you advertise big ticket items? To me, buying a Facebook ad is not going to work. Can you cover this issue?
Yeah, Ron, that's an incredibly prescient kind of understanding. Facebook, Instagram, they do interruption marketing, right? So you're scrolling through stuff that you want to see, and then they interrupt you with something. We want to be where people are searching for things that they're going to buy, and that's Google. And Google Shopping is the place where we're going to utilize and list all of our products. Shopify, the front end that we use, connects to Google through Google's Merchant Center, and all of our products will be listed in Google Shopping. If you were to go to your Google page, you would see a shopping tab, and most people know that if they go to Google Shopping, they can browse and see all kinds of things relevant to where what they want to purchase. In addition to, if you just stay on the main Google page and you type in bathroom vanities or something like that, Google's going to show you Google Shopping ads at the top, and then they're going to show you Google search ads. And so, that's where you want to be. You want to be on Google. Don't want to be on Facebook. You don't want to be on Instagram. So great question. Really important.
This next one is from Jen. What type of business is dropshipping? For example, if I'm applying for a business license from my city, what category or box do I tick? It's retail, but not a regular retail business, right?
Yes, Jen, it's not, and we don't have any business licenses. Okay, in terms of an operating license, you need to get a reseller's certificate, okay, from your state, and that will identify you as an online retailer in your state, which means that you owe sales taxes that are sales made in your state to your local tax, to your state tax entity. And they're the people that give it to you. So for example, we're located in Florida. We pay a sales tax on sales that we make in the state of Florida. State of Florida is a pretty big state. I wish we were in the state of Wyoming or something like that, but we're not. It's not that critical. But there's no other business license other than that reseller's certificate. I hope I didn't twist that up. Great question.
This next one is from Susan. I'm curious what happens if the product is damaged during shipping. Who is responsible for replacing the product?
Great question. Here's how that works. First of all, I would say the number of times that we have a problem, when I look at this over 9 years now, it's 1% to 2% of the time we have some kind of an issue. When something is shipped from the supplier to the customer, the supplier pays for insurance. And that insurance, and every niche is a little bit different, but it's typically good for 4 days after delivery. So we always check to make sure that the item was received in good order. And once we know that it's been received in good order, then we know that we're okay. Or if it hasn't been, or if it came damaged, that's when you open the ticket as quickly as possible with the supplier. They're going to want pictures of it. We had one a couple of years ago. It was incredibly badly damaged. It looked like that old YouTube video of the gorilla stomping on something, and it was just horribly damaged. It happens. You sometimes get that. Now, sometimes the shipping damage and the supplier will take care of it. Okay, so particularly if you're in that window, they'll take care of it. A lot of suppliers are great. They'll take care of it if it's outside that window, but I don't like to push that. We like to do our job, which is to follow up with the customer. So, that's the way it works. Every niche is a little bit different. In general, you've got 4 days after delivery. So, and you usually hear from a customer if it's been damaged, if it looks like it's been, kind of in any way, shape, or form, kind of busted up or something in the packaging.
This next one is from Lawrence. Would mattresses be a good candidate for a store?
I haven't looked, Lawrence, at mattresses. There are a lot of direct-to-consumer brands in mattress. Now, there have been some niches that started out as direct-to-consumer, and then they have taken on online retailers. One of the kind of things that you're going to have to deal with the mattress is that they're big and they're bulky, on the one hand. On the other hand, I think when people buy a mattress, they know what they're getting. So I haven't really looked at it. I haven't seen it. And my sense is that there are lots of direct to consumer brands. Again, I'm not in the United States, so I'm not as kind of up to date on exactly the mattress market. But I would take a look at an online mattress retailer and see who the brands are that they have.
Great. Thanks for that, Ian. Well, we're just coming up on time for our first Q&A session, but don't worry if we didn't get to your question just yet, because we'll have two more Q&A sessions later on in the day. We're going to take a quick break at the moment, so if you want to grab a coffee, stretch your legs, we'll have a lot more content and we'll see you back here in 10. Thank you.
I have called this the fastest way to revenue, the smartest way to revenue, the most efficient way to revenue. You get the idea. That's what we're aiming to do. There are a lot of gurus out there that will tell you all kinds of complicated things that you should do, social media strategy and whatnot. That's not at all relevant. What you want to do is get up and running and have your store turned on. And we have sold products with our store turned on with demo products, and been able to call suppliers that weren't even that we hadn't signed an agreement with. And so that can happen to you. But sometime, during part 2, you're going to make a sale. And the quicker that you get your store turned on, the quicker that you're going to make that sale. And in lesson 4, we're talking about setting up your store. So this is, as I said, the smartest way to go live. And now in lesson 4, we're going to talk about the following topics. We're going to talk about the time and costs of getting your store up and running. We're going to talk about setting up your Shopify store, choosing the perfect domain name, the key requirements for every store, and then uploading demo products. Let's start with the time commitment first. I think that with the handout that we have that helps you identify proven niches, that in terms of building the list of niches that you want to kind of look at, I think that can take kind of 10 hours worth of time, and you can do some cursory work during that 10 hours, identify 10 or 15, and then select 5 and do real deep research on those 5. And those 5, if you spend 15 hours, you should have a really good idea of what your ranking is for those 5 niches, and you should be able to select the niche that you're going to go with. Now, in order to set up a demo store, I am going to generously allot 15 hours of time, and you can set up 6 or 8 or 10 products, but you can really get the backbone of the store set up. And that really takes more time than the products. I have allotted 10 hours to contacting suppliers. The time contacting suppliers is really in doing the research to learn about the suppliers, so you know where they are, what their product line is like. You can tailor your pitch to the supplier. Hopefully you'll get them on the phone and you'll be perfectly prepared. If you're not on the phone and you fill out one of the contact forms, you want to have a well-honed pitch so that when you reach out to them, you can quickly be approved by them. So this is 50 to 60 hours. I know people that have done this in kind of record amount of time, but I say on the slide here, that's less than 2 weeks. I would say that's generously less than 2 weeks. Now let's talk about setting up your store, what you need to do to set up your store. Setting up your Shopify store is really very simple. You go to shopify.com and you fill out the form. You'll get a 15-day free trial. Immediately what you want to do is make your store dormant, and then you will go to $14 a month from $29 a month. You just put all of the information into the Shopify form in their settings. You can choose a free theme or a paid theme. I would suggest that you go to the theme store and take a look at the themes. Themes are essentially kind of the layout for your store. Every niche has sort of a convention that's a little bit different. We really like the Shoptimize theme, which I think is $150 or something like that. You'll see the demo store that we set up for the masterclass is on a free theme called Minimal from Shopify, and it works just great. There's one addition that we made to it, which I'll show you. Now, there's one other thing that you can do, which is optional, which is establish an LLC. If you're really committed and you have the money, it may cost, I don't know, a couple $100 or less to set up an LLC. I think it gives your appearance to a supplier as a little bit more professional when you have an LLC. But I know, it's probably 50-50 in terms of people that I know that have done it under their own name versus done it under an LLC name. Now let me go through some ideas that I have on choosing the perfect domain name. Now, the first one might be kind of obvious because I said it during the niche store tour. If you can mention the niche in the name of the store, in the name of the domain. So, for example, Ethanol Fireplace Pros, or even Modern Blaze gives a good idea, but not the best idea. I do like pros. I love pros at the end. I like modern at the beginning. I like best at the beginning. I like buy at the beginning. And at the end, I like direct. So ethanol fireplace direct.com, fireplacesdirect.com, or somethingpros.com. Always use a .com. Don't be fooled and use a .store or some other domain. Literally the most prominent store that I've ever seen that didn't have a .com is the trollingmotors.net, and that's a .net, which is a pretty good domain. Make your store name easy to pronounce, no tongue twisters. And then the other thing that I want to mention is don't make it something cute. We once had a store that we purchased from a fellow who named the store after his daughter, and it had nothing to do with the niche. Now, we did okay with that store. We still operate that store now, but it's kind of not one that's easy for folks to remember when they're out buying, an electric fireplace or something like that. They, naturally think of, something, that has that in the name. So if you can, have the niche name in your domain name, that's the way to go. The way that you buy your domain is on Shopify, and I'll show you how to do this when we go into the Shopify backend in the very next video that we do. And it's really quite easy. You can see that I typed in Ian Bond here, and unfortunately ianbond.com is taken. It's not available. Too bad for me. They do give me some other extensions, which I'm not sure. I certainly don't think I want those. But you buy your domain in Shopify. Should cost you something like $15 and $15 a year. So, these ones that are $46 or stuff, I'm not sure why they're so expensive, but it shouldn't really cost you that much to get a decent domain and then on a yearly basis to host it. And definitely keep it in Shopify. Have Shopify be the domain holder as well as the host. They're always going to be the host, but you want them to hold the domain also. Now, the next topic I want to talk about is things that you must have on your store to go live. And as I mentioned, there are gurus out there telling you a lot of things that you should do, but these are the must-haves. You have to have mail. And we use Google's G Suite, and it's the URL is, you can just Google G Suite by Google, and it'll get you there. The other alternative for mail is Zoho Mail. Google Mail is $6 or $8 a month. I think they just raised it to $8 a month. They'll hold me to that. Might still be $6. Zoho Mail is free, but it's a little bit more complicated. What you want to have is be able to receive mail at sales@yourdomain.com. And that's what G Suite or Zoho Mail allows you to do. And that allows you to have a very professional presentation to suppliers and other people that you're talking to. The three really important pages that you need to add at the beginning is your About Us page, your Contact Us page, and your hours of operation. On the About Us page, think of your story. We weave some personal things in there. My wife's career formerly on Wall Street, our passion for customer service. We always put in something about the niche that we're operating in, because it's so important to talk about your affinity for what you're doing and your passion for customer service. Take a look at your competitors' About Us pages and see what resonates to you. And personalize this. This may be your second or third most visited page on your website. Contact Us page is very important, not only for people will search and look for it, but you actually have to have it, I think, to go live now. So you need to have your email address, you need to have a phone number, and you have to have a physical address on there. So for a physical address, if you don't want to receive mail at home, you can go like we did. We live overseas, so we went to a provider of mailboxes. We use U.S. Global Mail, but there's Earth Class Mail. There's a number of places, the old mails boxes, etc., which is now UPS Mail. You can use these places, and I think it's like $15 or $18 a month. And if you're going to be traveling, they scan your mail, they'll send it to you. Or you can go to someplace locally and not have it delivered to your home. But you have to have a place that you're going to deliver it. Have a physical address. Two incredibly important must-haves are your return policy and your shipping policy. And these are specific to your store. They are going to be different in every niche. Shipping is going to depend on the niche, and returns are going to depend on the niche. It depends on your suppliers. You're going to want to look at what your competitors' shipping and refund policies are. They're going to mirror what you're going to end up doing. Your privacy page and your terms of service page are going to be boilerplate, and I'll show you that in Shopify. Everyone has a price match page. It really shouldn't be too aggressive. To be honest with you, the only time that I can really remember ever having someone ask us for a price match, it's usually been some kind of a scam. It's someone who couldn't buy something someplace. They showed us evidence that these people were selling at a ridiculous price, and they asked us to match it. You do not have to honor an irrational price match. There's case law that says that. I do think you should have a credible price match policy, but just understand that if someone's trying to swindle you, you're not held to it. And then a few things that I think, and we talked about this during the niche store tour, is you can go Google credit card logos and go to Google Images. Same thing with trust badges. Pick out those, take a look at what your competitors are using. You can use the shield or something else that you might like. The free shipping image always is a picture of a truck with the word free on it, and you can kind of pick the one that you like, or maybe that works for the visuals for your store. Now, with regards to uploading demo products, there are two ways to do this, and I'm going to tell you my favorite one second. So go and identify your popular suppliers, and then choose several of their products, and pick 6 or 8 or 9 or 10 products, and go Google lookalike products, and go to the Images tab, and you can get a labeled for reuse image of a product in your niche. So let's say that you're going to do chandeliers. You might go find your favorite chandelier and take a look at what the look is, and then go to Google and Google images for chandeliers and hit the Images tab, and then go find one that's labeled for reuse and use that, and you can create your own brand and create all the product characteristics. And what you've created is a mock or look-alike product, but it's not a real product. I prefer to take products from suppliers' websites or that are on Google and actually use actual products. And what you do is you create those products using all of the correct information, and you put them up on the store. Now, if a supplier calls you and says, "What are you doing?" you say, "Look, I was going to call you," or I'm glad you called me because we were trying to see how they would look at our store. And as you know, they're not for sale right now. We don't have our store turned on. And it's highly unlikely that's going to happen, but if it does happen, and this has happened to us before, we have not had any problems with a supplier ever calling us or having that ever happen. If you do use a supplier's products and you put it up on your store, when you're calling on your demo store, when you're calling that supplier, you can go to the back end of Shopify and turn it off. So you would use, let's say, your most favorite supplier's products and call the other suppliers, and then you would, once you get a supplier, you can start to upload their products, and then you can ultimately call your favorite supplier. I think that's the right way to go. But we've never had a problem using a supplier's products. I think that using the actuals for the product. I've had folks tell me that they may have been turned down, but 6 months later they had already had the products uploaded so they could just turn them on. So they had done a great job uploading products that they hadn't been approved for, but ultimately they did get approved for. Now, the cost to set up your store, let's just kind of review them. And I mentioned in the financial section in lesson 1 that operating expenses for dropshipping stores are incredibly low. Shopify is $29 a month, while your store is not operational, is $14 a month. I mentioned the domain is $15 probably to purchase, $15 a year to operate. One thing I haven't mentioned is in the state you operate in, you're going to need to go to your state tax entity, governmental entity, and get a state reseller certificate. A reseller certificate says that you are able to resell products, but if you resell them in the state that you reside, you're going to owe your local state sales tax. And they will come after you, and it does allow you to sell in the rest of the United States. So a reseller certificate is something you need to get. They generally cost $100, but you will have to pay your state sales tax on sales made in the state. So I'm in Florida. I have a state of Florida reseller certificate, and I pay sales tax to the state of Florida. It's very much on a trust me basis. They never ask for any justification. They never ask for any records. It's totally on a trust me basis. I think they're delighted to get my money. We're not obviously huge in the state of Florida, and you won't be huge in your state. I think they're appreciative to get what we send them, but it is something you need. I mentioned that Google G Suite is, I think, $6 to $8 a month. Zoho's free. Now, the reason that we're here talking today is the Shopify ecosystem has every app imaginable to help you solve problems. And I haven't gone through any of the potential apps that you might ultimately be using. In the very next video that we're going to toggle to in a minute, I'm going to show you the back end of Shopify and show you a few apps. But as your store gets bigger, as your needs grow, as you become more sophisticated, you can go and shop the Shopify App Store. It's just kind of like the Apple App Store. And you have an ability to add apps that do very specific things. And most of the time, they're free up to some amount of usage, and then they are $5 a month or $10 a month. Now, I will caution you that if you start loading up your store with a lot of apps, a couple things happens. Number one, it can start to get kind of expensive, and number two, it can slow your store down. But I'd worry about number one, because you don't want to have too many apps that are running and run your monthly bill up too high. So that is the end of the first part of lesson 4. And I wanted to go over this in kind of the corporate world, the corporate style that I'm accustomed. Now we're going to go over to the web, and I'm going to show you a bunch of things about Shopify that I think you'll find fascinating. It's something I didn't know much about, and I'm going to show you what our demo store looks like. I'm going to show you the back end, and I'm going to show you a bunch of facts and figures about Shopify. So let's toggle over there right now. Okay, now we are looking at our demo store. And before I start to go through the material here, I want to just reiterate something that was really the foundational reason that we're talking today. And that is the fact that using the Shopify platform, participating in the Shopify ecosystem, having access to a global talent pool of people that know Shopify inside and out and having it be so easy is the only reason that I can come to you today, and the only reason that we can do this. I can tell you that my greatest fear was the tech fear, and my wise wife is fond of saying that if you can purchase an airline ticket online, maybe for those of you that want it complicated, a multi-city trip online, you can build a Shopify store. And this is what a demo store looks like. It's got kind of the bare bones. You can see we haven't done much. Now I want to show you what I thought a Shopify store or a store would look like. So I'm going to right click here, and I'm going to show you the code. That's what I thought a Shopify store would look like. And fortunately, it doesn't look like that. So you don't have to worry about that. Your Shopify store looks like this. And we're able to put products up and do all kinds of great things. And as you build your store, you have this wonderful opportunity to customize it, to make it show your personality, to differentiate yourself in your niche. At the beginning, your store will look bare bones. Just remember what I said in the last video, which is, done is done, perfect isn't done. If you wait until your store is perfect, and you'll be doing this a year from now, okay? You're going to have to get, and there's plenty of time in the day to tweak things, but you're going to have plenty of time to do that. Let me tell you a little bit about who Shopify is. Shopify is a Canadian company based in Toronto, Canada, and recently announced that they have 1 million merchants as of, I think it was April, maybe it was May. They crossed the 1 million merchant number, which is just amazing. The stock has been on fire if you're a stock market investor. It's been an amazing stock. People think that Shopify could be the next Amazon. Shopify is a conglomeration of folks paying a fee to Shopify, but I'm going to show you in a minute some of the things that Shopify has done. They now have got platforms for people that run restaurants. They have a platform for people that have professional services. So when you learn Shopify, you can literally walk into a local merchant, a local provider to you, and help them get online or improve their presence online. You will know more, I guarantee you, than your local attorney, your local doctor, your local restaurant. You'll know more about e-commerce, the website side of their business than they do. I'm going to click over here in a minute. And let's do it now. Click here, and it opens up a tab that says start your free trial, 14-day free trial for Shopify. All you have to do is put in your email address and your password. Your store name doesn't have to be your store name. What it's going to be, so for example, Entryway Living, which is our store name, I don't think I mentioned that, I apologize. There's always a hyphen between the words, and so it's entryway-living.myshopify.com. So whatever you pick. We have one that's store 1900 or something. I don't know where that came from. It really doesn't matter. But that's just when you log in, how you log in. And when you end up doing this, you'll be able to create your store, and I'm going to show you the back end in a minute. But before we get there, I want to show you, some more facts and figures. This is the $800,000 number. I checked earlier, and it says $1 million. It's just going up every day. They can't keep track of it. But who are some of the folks that use Shopify? Who are some of these million merchants? I've mentioned million merchants before. And let me just show you who these folks are. And maybe you will recognize this person, and maybe you won't recognize this person. But that's Kylie Jenner. She's of the Kardashian clan. And she is also a billionaire at the age of 22 or 23. And she runs a cosmetics brand called Kylie Cosmetics that grew out of her Instagram volume, which is some, I don't know, huge number of followers. My 23-year-old daughter knows more about, and my 14-year-old daughter know more about this than I do. But she is a huge personality, and her whole brand runs on Shopify. And I just clicked on a store that says 37 of the biggest brands. There are actually some brands that aren't on here that I'll mention. I was scrolling through this in preparation for this, but maybe you know or have heard of Dave Asprey and Bulletproof Coffee. Dave Asprey uses Shopify for his Bulletproof Coffee. This is Hasbro, the toy company. They use Shopify to power all of their online sales. The Economist magazine uses Shopify. They're terrific. Heinz Ketchup uses Shopify. Now you would think with a company established in 1869, they might have developed the ability to build a website in-house, but they didn't. And so they've gone on and used Shopify to build their website. This is a brand that I'm familiar with, Crabtree and Evelyn, and they use Shopify. If we scroll down, these are some folks that you may know. Penguin Books, I know. I don't know a lot of these folks. The BBC, I do know. Red Bull, I know. I don't know Gymshark. There's Tesla. There are others. But these are the folks that all use Shopify as the back end. It's incredibly, with 1 million merchants, it's obviously incredibly popular platform. We have owned stores that run on other platforms. They're nowhere near the kind of the capability set. You can find some of the developers that know those platforms, but to be honest with you, this is the easiest platform that you can possibly work with, and there's no one close to them. Now, one of the great benefits when you sign up with Shopify is that there is something called the Shopify Academy. And all you have to do is, I'll say this 1 million times if I haven't already, is all you have to do is Google Shopify Academy. And once you sign up for Shopify, you get access to this academy where they have lots of different courses that you can take. And so they have free online courses. And here are some of the popular courses that you can take. Now, down here is one called How to Start a Dropshipping Business. And this might be something that you want to watch. It's an hour and 38 minutes long. And this is what this course looks like and what they go through. And it may have some things that are technically helpful to you. It may give you a perspective that you didn't hear. It may explain something in a way that I didn't explain it. What I don't want you to do is allow what this gentleman says, and I haven't listened to it. I don't want him to influence your thinking on how you should approach from a strategy standpoint building your online store. The strategy that we're going to use is the high dollar ticket and high dollar margin strategy. And people use the Shopify platform for all different kinds of things. And this may help with some of the technical aspects of drop shipping from using the Shopify platform. But I don't really think you certainly don't want to listen to their business philosophy. That's the reason that you're here. As a matter of fact, to be honest with you, if you get stumped for something on Shopify, the easiest thing you can do is just go to Google. And what I did was all I did was Google how to create a product on Shopify. And you can see there's a couple of ads at the top, but then there's kind of the Shopify Help Center. There are videos down here, one from the Shopify Help Center, and these other couple are a little bit older. But between Google and the Shopify ecosystem, and Google will take you to the Shopify ecosystem, where you can start in the Shopify ecosystem, the ability to get your questions answered with the most up-to-date information possible is really amazing. And one of the reasons I say that is that in my journey over the last number of years, I have purchased courses, and the only thing I can tell you is that the interfaces of things like a Shopify, the interface like things like Facebook ads or Google ads, which used to be Google AdWords. That's less than a year old that they changed the name of that and changed the interface. All of those interfaces change. And what you want to do is understand the philosophy, because the philosophy of what we're doing doesn't change. And then you'll probably have to go learn a different interface at some point in the future. That could be a year from now. It could be 2 months from now. I don't have a crystal ball. Now I want to show you what the infamous back end of our Entryway Living demo store looks like, and this is it. So this is what it looks like. Now this is a little bit bare bones because we don't have a lot going on in this store. But I do want to show you some of the things that I mentioned, and you can come back and refer to this later. You can actually go to Shopify to look at additional information if you're looking for additional information. I'm going to give you the philosophy, but I did want to give you just a view of exactly what's going on here. So this is the home page. The first thing I probably should do is click here and show you the plan that you're going to sign up for. You're not going to pick the one that's recommended here. What you're going to do is you're going to pick the one that's $29. And then immediately what you want to do is put it on dormant, because by the way, this is after a 14-day free trial. Shopify gives a 14-day free trial. But after the 14-day free trial, what you want to do is put it on dormant so that you're charged $14 a month while you build your store. Once you want to go live and take payments, then you switch to the $29 a month plan. Now, going back over to the tab on the left, these are orders that have come into the store over time. These, I think, were mostly mock orders that were created sometime in the past. This is an interesting thing that you're going to want to look at when you get your store, called abandoned checkouts. These are folks, if you're not familiar with the term abandoned checkouts, who have gone through the checkout process but just didn't pay you. And we always check this in the morning, or we have our virtual assistants check this. And we actually have an email sequence set up, which I'll talk to you in a minute about. And you want to find the folks that for some reason abandoned their cart and find out why. And it's usually one of two reasons. Number one reason is that it's out of stock. So you want to be able to tell them either when it's in stock or give them a few suggestions of alternatives. But reaching out to people that were ready to purchase but paused for some reason is something you want to do. Going further down, this is the product tab, and this is something that I'm going to refer to later. This is how we build our products right here, and we've uploaded a bunch of products into the product tab. This is where you will go and add a product up in the upper right hand corner. In this same product tab, there is inventory management, and this is where if we had a physical, this is where we will upload our inventory, and when suppliers tell us what the inventory is, you can upload using a CSV file, or you can do it manually. It doesn't usually change that much. These other tabs aren't really relevant to us. We don't offer gift cards. The collections tab is relevant to us. Should have said this. We're going to talk a little bit later in the next couple of lessons about setting up collection pages. I'll describe what that means. I mentioned the customers. One of the things that Shopify is terrific at is, and this is the online version, is their analytics. And I honestly rarely look online. I typically look at either my phone or I look at an iPad. And all of this is available on iPad. But you can go over here and you can literally change the time frame. And I'll just do this and see what kind of it shows us. And let's go and just let's just see what happened in the first half of the year, just for fun. See what we got out of this. So in the first half of the year, you can see that there. Now this is a store that's not even on, and there's been 787 sessions in the first half of the year. This average order value, I think we were playing with this earlier in the year, and we ran an order through. Doesn't show the fact that we didn't pay for it. But you can see some of the things that have come through here. Again, you can't purchase anything on Entryway Living, but you can see down here and over here the number of desktop users, mobile users, tablet users. You can see the top landing pages here. This is very important because this tells you what people are hunting for on your store. And then there are some top referrers over here. And then, we're not running any ads, so people are coming us to directly, or they're coming to us via Google search. And so these folks or Bing search, they're coming to us this way. So this is the analytics tab. I think it's amazing. The cousin to analytics is the reports tab, and you can run customized reports here. We don't do this much, run reports out of here. It's kind of fun to do. Now, one of the things that, if you're really bored and you want to do something, once you get your store up and running, you're spending money. If you don't have anything to do, just come over here and look at the live view. This tells you what's actually going on on your store live. You can see that we have set our store to California time zone. I'm not sure what that address is, but we've set our store to the California time zone because we like to capture on the day something's purchased, the last possible purchase in the United States. So we don't set it on the Eastern time zone. With regards to the marketing tab here, probably the one that's the most interest for us, we don't use these top couple, is discounts. We create custom discount codes. So if Mary were to call us and want to buy something expensive, we might say, Mary, that's a great order. We appreciate your business, and how about we give you a 10% off? We'll send you a coupon for Mary 10. And you will not believe, and you could do this through email, you're not doing it on the phone, you cannot believe how suspicious people are that there's no one that actually works behind the website. But when you have that interaction and then send Mary the coupon code, Mary's just itching to enter Mary's name in the coupon, in the discount window on the order form, and it really works. But this goes back to a theme that I probably don't mention enough, which is the personal service, the ability to provide personal service to folks who think that there's no one behind that website is such a huge differentiator. As a matter of fact, I have a coaching client who is now just finished his 4th month that he has purchased a store, and his single biggest aha during the first 4 months is that the customer service aspect, being connecting with people, has and he sent me yesterday a screenshot of somebody who sent him a compliment, and it was just amazing. By the way, his other 2 revelations are around working with suppliers, which is essentially, again, connecting with suppliers on a personal basis, and basically telling your story so that they know who you are. He is in his 40s, actually works for Amazon. So he's actually purchased a dropshipping store, but works in his day job for Amazon. Now, one of the great things that is absolutely amazing, I mentioned this, are the apps that Shopify offers. And these are the apps that are on this store. And let me just you should probably delete the top one. Easy Tabs is an app that allows you to put a tab on the store. We don't actually, let me just see if we've got it. I'm going to go to my favorite product here. Bear with me for a second. It's the Sassafras coat rack. This is my favorite product. Here it is. So this is what Easy Tabs looks like. So first of all, this theme is called Minimal, and I think it's a very attractive theme. This is a free theme. It's called Minimal, and the Easy Tab app, which I think costs $5 a month, allows you to do this. It allows you to put the description, it allows you to have your shipping and return policy, your About Us policy, your price guarantee, and your reviews all on, look at that. We actually populated this with reviews. I'm not sure how that happened, but I'm happy. And it allows you to put all of this information right on your product page. You will hear me, I think, in the very next lesson, talk about the perfect product pages. I'm going to talk about brand collection and product pages. And when you get a shopper to a product page, you never want them to navigate off that product page. So when you're constructing your product pages, we have a concept that I'll talk about in a minute about being the best on the internet. Go to your, and I say this a million times if I haven't already, that go to your competitor sites and look at what they're doing and take away the good things and strip away the bad things. So that's what Easy Tabs does. Google Shopping feed, you can set up Google Shopping manually, or you can use an app. It's much easier to use an app. I won't spend time talking about it, but Klaviyo is an email marketing app. So when someone abandons a cart, we've designed a sequence of emails that goes to a customer, or if they sign up, and you'll probably at some point want to put a sign up on your store when someone's looking for a special or something like this. Privy is a really interesting app that does pop-ups. Let me just see if I can get a pop-up to work on the app. But you've been on sites before where when you go to the site, it pops up and says, please don't leave. It has an exit intent. And that's what Privy does. Then we have a product review app. We have ROI Hunter, which is for retargeting. I'll talk about how important retargeting is when we talk about paid traffic. And then Zopin is a live chat app. There are lots of different live chat apps. They rename themselves. I'm not sure what the other ones are. We've used one called Tidio, but the best way to find any of the apps that you might want to use is just to Google best email marketing app for Shopify or best Google shopping feed app for Shopify. Now let me just click and come down and show you some of the things that I talked about in the beginning of lesson 4. This is the online store. This is the theme. I just mentioned minimal, and this is kind of the information about the theme. This is where you will put your blog posts. This is how you will create your blog posts. This is how you are going to populate your store with all of the pages that you see listed. So the About Us, the Contact, the Home page. This is where you build these. You build all of these pages. The navigation of your site is this is where you build the navigation of your site. So you're going to have a footer. You're going to have a main menu. You're going to have here's your top menu. This is how you're going to build the navigation. It's incredibly intuitive. You'll figure it out. I talked just a few minutes ago about the finding a domain, and if you go up here, you can see that they have Entryway Living. But if I wanted to buy a domain name, let's just see if ianbond.com is available. And looks like ianbond.com is not available. So if you listen to me, you wouldn't go buy one of these other extensions. Maybe I'll think of something more interesting and buy a domain. But this is when you, after you register to get your store, you come in here and you can search for domains that fit the store that you've decided to build, and it's all contained right here in Shopify. This tab for preferences has a bunch of outward-facing things. So we're all accustomed to going to a store and seeing here it says Entryway Living, where your home begins. Everyone has a tagline, and then you can see these are all different things. There's some ability to put in pixels for Google Analytics and Facebook, password protection. But the last thing that I really want to show you is this down in the lower left-hand corner. If you can see the pointer all the way down here, is the settings. And this is where you're going to come to set up your payments. On this store, for example, we have, here's all the payments. We're accepting all of these folks. PayPal, credit cards. We haven't turned this on yet, but this would be essentially where we would do this. Couple of the other interesting ones that I want to show you. This is something that's important because it basically sets up if you were to ship from if you were not a drop shipper, this is where you would come to set up the shipping information. That's not something we have to worry about. My mistake for going there. This tab for sure is got all the legal stuff. I wanted to show you this. So as you recall, I mentioned the things that are probably the two most important pages. First, your refund policy. Second, another one that you need to have is your privacy policy, which is boilerplate. Terms of service is boilerplate. And then we have not filled in our shipping policy down here. Shipping and refunds will be unique to your store. As I mentioned, you will basically reflect the terms that your suppliers give you. And so that's how you're going to determine it. You can easily go to your competitor stores and take a look at terms of service, privacy, shipping, and refunds. They're going to be very consistent across your niche. I can tell you that you have to be very, very careful that when someone signs for something that there's a clock on them. They can't call you 30 days later and return it. The insurance when a supplier ships something, generally has 3 or 4 days for someone to either have signed for something, which means it's good, and then recant. They certainly can always reject a shipment if it looks like it's damaged, but you want to make sure you're within that window that reflects the terms that your suppliers have with the folks that we're leveraging off of. As a minimum, we never ever want to, and I've in 5 years never seen one of our products yet, and we've had thousands of orders. We're very careful to make sure that we, coordinate if something has to be returned, coordinate and get it back to the supplier. But that is the back end, what I often refer to as the back end of Shopify. You can see how nice it looks. It's incredibly easy and intuitive. And as I mentioned, if you ever stumble with a concept, the easiest thing you can do is go to Shopify's Help Center or just put it into the Google search bar, and you will very quickly be able to find some resources. So now we're going to move into lesson 5, and let me just toggle into lesson 5. Welcome to lesson 5, and now once you have culled through all the niches that you're going to cull through, and you've decided on your niche, and you understand Shopify, and you've built a demo store, you've checked out all your potential competitors, the next thing is that's up is to get approved by suppliers. And 2 things I'll say about this, and I'll repeat the first one a lot, which is that suppliers are the reason that we're in business. They are gold. They are our partners. It's not the 330 million Americans or the 70 million Brits or the folks where you're going to operate your store. The customers rarely purchase from us frequently. We're not in that kind of a business. Sometimes we'll have accessories, but these are big ticket purchases that are made less frequently. So your suppliers are gold. They're really the reason that we're doing business. And approval from suppliers is built by them trusting in you. The second thing I wanted to say is when we talk about suppliers is that there's some percentage of the people that think that this is the most wonderful opportunity, and there's some percentage of the people that think that this is a scary proposition. And the reality that I've found, and I tend to be the talkative type, but the reality I found is that particularly with this demographic, we resonate very well. I think generally the people that are the decision makers are generally older, they're serious, and I think that we bring a lot of life lessons to business, and consequently, kind of our stories resonate really well with suppliers. And building that trust is really important, and one of the ways we do that is by our life experiences, and as I just mentioned, kind of developing those personal relationships and doing the little things that makes it a really personal relationship and not just a commercial relationship. So in lesson 5, I want to talk about building trust. I'm going to talk about the basics of contacting suppliers. Specifically, I am going to go through things that suppliers will ask you so that you can kind of be mentally prepared and you won't be tongue twisted when you speak to your first supplier. I will talk about general terms that suppliers use, and then I'm going to also reiterate and talk about good versus bad demo stores, and so from a supplier's perspective, but also kind of from the perspective of things that you want to be thinking about. So the reality is that suppliers have to believe very strongly that you are going to think of their brand the way they think of their brand. And when you talk about brand integrity, it's really it begins with observing map pricing, and that absolutely has to be something that they think that you're going to do, or beyond any shadow of a doubt, that you will not misrepresent their brand in any way, shape, or form, that you will provide excellent customer service, and you need to, before you call a supplier, have your unique selling proposition. What I often use is that we provide excellent customer service, a terrific selection, and expert advice. And I keep weaving those things into my conversation, and I'll show you a specific example in a moment. When you are contacting suppliers, I think that it's absolutely imperative to start with a phone call and to get someone on the phone. As I just mentioned, I think we resonate very, very strongly with our suppliers. And so I think it's to our advantage. I am in a lot of online forums, and I see young kids in their 20s and early 30s with no life experiences contacting suppliers and getting approved by suppliers, and it never ceases to amaze me who's making those decisions, because I think of my demographic, our demographic, and I would much prefer dealing with someone who has some life experience. You have to remember that the suppliers are busy. They have a day job. They've got a lot going on. They have whoever you're talking to as a boss. So they don't have time to chat unless they take the conversation that direction. But they also need our business, and so don't forget to remember that. I always try and think of unique things to say when I'm talking to someone for the second or the third time. I always know where they're located. I know what's going on. Maybe if you're talking to a guy that follows lives in a city, there's a sports game going on, or if there's been a weather event. I'm always very cognizant of that, so I try to connect as much as I possibly can. I just mentioned talking about your unique selling proposition. As I get to know people, we'll tell them more about my wife and me, but at the beginning I lead with expert advice, I lead with excellent customer service, I lead with the fact that we're going to provide a great selection and really showcase their brand and what their brand can mean to us, and how I see their brand fitting in, and how we're going to market their brand, and how excited we are to work with their brand, and how we want to learn more from them and leverage off their background. A lot of our suppliers are dealing with the big department stores. They're dealing with kind of the online superstores that have millions of products, and we're niche specialists, and so we really speak their language. And so that's a really great way I found to connect, is saying, look, we're really different than these other folks. You're not just a vendor to us. You're a partner. You're our lifeblood. And I think that they like that. I think they respect that, and I think it really resonates. If for whatever reason you get someone on the phone, and you have to engineer some kind of a way to follow up with them, even if it's just to thank them, for taking the time to speak to you. People appreciate that. I'm from the old school. I used to write handwritten notes to people. I don't do it enough anymore. But take the time after you speak with someone to follow up and jot off a note and weave something personal into that note. That really is a way to connect with them. And as you see, I try to add value on every call. And I try to connect on every call in any possible way that I can, just so that I'm remembered, so that I'm at the tip of their tongue. Now, when you do get a supplier on the phone, probably one of the first questions they're going to ask you is if you have a physical store or do you hold stock? And of course, the answer is that no, we don't have a physical store, and no, we don't hold physical stock. And this is where I weave in the fact that no, we are specialists in the niche, and we offer expert advice and unbelievable customer experience and a great selection, and we are going to be focused entirely on enhancing their brand. And they're not just going to be one of many, many suppliers, nor are they going to be one of many, many niches that, you know, a big box store or an online superstore might carry. That, you know, we're special, we're different. And they will ask you what other brands that you work with. Now, at the beginning, when you don't have any other brands that you're working with, you may have had a conversation with someone. You may have filled out an online form. You can say and be coy, and you can say, well, you know, you can imagine that, you know, we're talking to a number of prominent players in this niche. I think it's fair to say that, you know, if someone presses you for a name and you've had a conversation, or if you filled out a contact form, that you're in conversations with people. I don't think that that's unfair to say. When I'm asked the question about how long I've been in business, you know, I would more than happy to tell people that I've, you know, been out of college for a long time and been in business my whole life, you know, over 4 decades. When you know, people ask how old the website is, which I don't think anyone has ever asked. You know, I tell a story about how I, you know, went through the journey and how we ended up, you know, being in this niche. You know, always been fascinated by it. We love the products, have personal experiences. There's a whole bunch of things that you can weave in there. Now, sometimes someone will press you to put a number on how much revenue that you project for them. And here, I think that's a fair question. And I like to approach this by thinking of it philosophically. I don't think that any of us as business people, if we were sitting around a conference room table, would say that we would want to take on a brand and we didn't have an expectation that we were going to, in revenue terms, do revenue of $25,000 a month or more. And I've had conversations with suppliers where I've negotiated with people because we've looked at doing some white labeling, and people always ask that question when you're going to ask them to make the product for you. But you have to kind of give an estimate of what the you know, how meaningful it is for them to kind of think about you and you know, have you in their considerations. I think you want to come up with a number like that. And you certainly can say, look, you know, we wouldn't be talking if we didn't think we could do $25,000 or $30,000 or $50,000 a month. And you know, we intend to invest in your brand, both in content on our website, but also on paid advertising, as well as you know, kind of having a well-trained staff to help educate and serve, you know, our communal customers. So I think that's the way that I handle the question about revenue, and maybe you have your own spin on it. And I would love to hear if somebody has a different way that they couch that. It's not a question that you get all the time, but you get it every so often. And then finally, they may ask you, how are you going to arrange payment? And you're going to say, you know, typically we pay by credit card. If you want us to, we can pay by wire transfer. Literally every one of our suppliers, except just a handful, take our credit card. We have you know, it's a handful across, you know, 9 stores right now that require us to wire transfer the money to send an ACH. So it's just not that often. But if it comes up when you know, they'll ask you for payment, which is credit card, and when they ask you for shipping, the answer is that you would like to use piggyback off of their shipping relationship. That makes it easy for them. You're not going to be trying to not only purchase the products, but then have some third party that they don't know come in and handle the shipping for you. So they may be asking the payment and shipping question because they want to hear what the shipping answer is, but that's the right way to handle that. Now, the supplier, when you get to this point in the conversation, says, great, we'd like to get going. They're going to say, can you please send us the following? Or what is your email? And they're going to send you an application. They're going to send you a MAP agreement to sign. They're going to have you sign off or agree to their shipping terms. And they're going to require from you a reseller certificate. And this is the greatest point in the relationship, is when they actually send you their data sheets. And the data sheets come in spreadsheet format, and they generally have links to images, or there may be an image file. You may have a portal that you log into to get images, but they're going to send you all of the relevant information, and it's 100% of the time it's got spreadsheets involved with it, so you can pretty much copy and paste. But that's the highlight of the phone call, is when they start to make arrangements to get you the data sheets. Let's just review what makes the difference between a good and a not so good demo store. I trust everyone in this masterclass is gonna do a suitable store, but every so often I'll get someone who doesn't realize that the demo store is partly sales material for you when you talk to suppliers. Suppliers, when you call them, or if you fill out a contact form, they'll go to take a look at your demo store. So whatever you do, don't hide your demo store. Make your demo store look terrific. You can certainly tell people that you're building a store, and this is just a start. But what you have up should look terrific. So it should have a suitable domain, as I mentioned before. Nothing cute or a tongue twister. You should have 8 to 12 demo products. As I mentioned earlier, the type I prefer are ones that are actual products, as opposed to just mock-up products. You need to have all of the relevant information on your website. The website should look like it's ready to do business, except you just haven't switched on the shopping cart, the ability to pay. And then if there are going to be links from the home page to product pages, those links all have to work. Everything needs to be set up so it's ready to go. And so I've summarized this by saying that it looks like it's live. It should look like you're in business. That's how it should look when you're calling suppliers, because they will ultimately take a look at your store. Particularly if you get a junior person who has to refer this to their boss, they're going to want to double check to make sure that they're not recommending something to their boss that they haven't done the due diligence on. And so that is what it's all about, to do contact suppliers. Now we are going to move into our next module. And our next module in Lesson 6 is all about building your store, the art and the science. So welcome to Lesson 6, and we've got only Lesson 6 and Lesson 7 here in Part 2, so we're making a lot of progress. And you'll see why I call building your store the art and the science, because it is art and it is science, and it's something that we can use a little bit of both. And let me tell you what I mean about this. In lesson 6, I'm going to talk about my concept of the best in the internet, of the best on the internet. I'm going to talk about Pareto's rule as it applies to constructing our stores, the 80-20 rule. I'm going to talk about how we can be best organized around the customer experience. I have a tick or a trip on how to upload products efficiently and maximize sales and also maximize efficiency around your time. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about social signals of Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, and Twitter to the extent that it's relevant, which it's not so relevant, but I'll mention it. So with regards to being the best on the internet, I think about the totality of the customer journey and how the customer comes to us. And we've talked about my consulting client and how he got compliment on for what he thought was just kind of a normal business practice, following up with a customer. The customer is incredibly happy. The bar is incredibly low online. So there's all parts of the customer journey. But let's focus for a moment and talk about kind of the part that has to do with building your store, which is, at the very top of the sales funnel are people that are gathering information around stuff in your niche. And they might be interested in things like installation guides, if they have to have something installed, or material guides, or depending on your niche, can I do this? Have I have that condition kinds of information, if it's a sport or something like that. So that's at the very top of the sales funnel. But classically, when you think about advertising and how we're going to advertise, the people that run paid traffic, they think of brand-related searches, collection-related searches, and product-related searches. And so we want to have the best brand pages compared to our competitors. And brands are pretty crummy at telling their story. Our suppliers, they're great at getting supply from wherever they get it from and designing these things. But, we have a brand in the UK, in England, that has 4 generations of craftsmen still working basically on the same facility for over 100 years. And, you really wouldn't know it if you kind of read their journey. I mean, there's a little bit about that. But, what we've done there is, kind of gotten the full history of it and made our depiction of what they do and what they have done now for 4 generations, much more bold and much more inspiring in terms of, kind of being a consumer than, kind of what they've even done for themselves. And it never ceases to amaze me how poorly brands tell their story. The suppliers don't really even have marketing departments. They just make the stuff and then they get it to you. And they don't really talk about, in a lot of niches, they don't really do a very good job of outward marketing. So you're going to have to help your brands and create brand pages relative to your competitors that are inspiring, because a lot of times that's where they'll start. Now, a collection page would be a comparison of things that would be similar. So let's take 60-inch bathroom vanities, for example. There are at least 3 distinct types of 60-inch bathroom vanities. There are ones that are predominantly drawer-based vanities. There are ones that are door-based vanities, and there are ones that have more open shelves. So that might be what it looks like in the bathroom vanity world. If you take Ford Motor Company, you would say collection might be pickup trucks. And there could be, I don't know the Ford pickup truck line, but there's probably at least 4 different sizes. And you would choose between, well, what's the right one for me and my needs versus him and his needs? And that would be a collection. And then product pages are obvious when you get down to the product page. But you want to be able to have the best of these. I was looking at our analytics this morning, and I was actually shocked to see 2 things. In one of our stores, I was actually shocked to see how predominant collection pages were and how much traffic we get to collection pages. And then in one of our younger stores, I was shocked to see a couple of products that just come up an amazing frequency, and we're either not doing a good job or something, because we're not selling our fair share of those relative to the number of times I see people land on our store. So that is the kind of the theory behind the best of the internet. Now, how do we apply the 80-20 rule to building out our store? The easiest and best and most efficient way I found is when you're talking to your counterpart at your supplier, usually the boss, not the order taker. You want to ask them for their top selling products, and you're going to do this for marketing spend purposes. They'll like to hear that. They want you to put marketing spend behind their products, and it's a fair question to ask, hey, what are the top selling products? Because we want to put marketing spend behind it. You're going to focus on the high dollar products, not the high margin products. So if they tell you that the product or the SKU that they sell most is the $2 knob, you don't want the $2 knob. You want the big bookcase, or knob wouldn't go to a bookcase, but you know what I'm saying. You want the high dollar price item, not the little ancillary thing that they might tell you. And then you're going to spend 80 or 90% of your time on these top selling products. These are the ones that they are importing or sourcing a lot of. These are the ones that are constantly in demand. Every niche has got a size that is the most popular niche, or 2 or 3 sizes that are the most popular niche, or a style or something like that. And that's where you're going to focus all of your time. And you're going to also constantly compare how you represent these products versus your competitors. And so that's, and then you're essentially going to spend all of your time and do things like create custom descriptions for those products, and kind of use the generic descriptions that they give you for the 80% that aren't as popular. Now, with regards to the customer experience best on the internet, when people are coming to your store, there is going to be a way that your niche organizes the customer experience. You see my orientation towards brands. I think people do search by brands, but you can maybe learn from the bricks and mortar people on how, what their experience is. And you want to organize your website for intuitive navigation. And so, you think of brands, you think of sizes. We saw it in Modern Blaze. It was very clear. There was, on Modern Blaze, if you recall, there were people that were interested in a few different things. There were different brands that they were interested in. They were either wall mounted or some other configuration, could have been a tabletop. There was water vapor, there was electric, there was ethanol. So there's different ways things are organized, either by type or collection or size. But in your niche, there'll be an intuitive way for you to organize it. And by the way, your competitors will have this figured out. Now, when we get to the customer level from feedback from the internet, that's when, as I mentioned, in the Shopify tour, you get an abandoned cart. An abandoned cart generally happens for one of a couple of reasons. Number one, I guess they could get distracted. People do get distracted a lot, but usually it happens because they get through checkout and maybe the what they're buying is unavailable, or they're uncertain of the delivery terms. So you want to follow up on your abandoned carts. Those are your quickest sales for sure. And either call or email. And when we email, we always make sure we know when it's going to be in stock, if it looks like it's out of stock, or even if it is in stock, we tell them when they can expect delivery, or when it will ship and they can expect delivery. And if it's out of stock, we always have our virtual assistants make 3 suggestions of other things that they might consider. So that's a great way on the customer experience for somebody who's really, very much ready to purchase. I have mentioned before how low the bar is, for customer service. Just answering calls and emails. People just are continually express delight that there are actually those of us who live behind these websites and actually care about their experience and are there to try and help them. And then it may be obvious, but I'll say it. If your suppliers give you any kind of a resource, any kind of a video, any kind of a PDF, any kind of a graphic, you want to try to incorporate that somehow on in their brand or their product or collection pages, somehow incorporate that so that it can be helpful. If you get videos, you can even establish a YouTube channel. Now, with regards to best in the internet, just to kind of remember that the kind of the single best day is when you get data sheets. As I just kind of mentioned, you're going to focus on the best sellers, and what we're going to do is we're going to rearrange the words, add adjectives, put things in our own kind of way we speak with regards to the product descriptions for the 80/20, with the folks that are in the 80%, they're not in the top 10 or 20%. We're going to have the most basic information, and then you've heard me say this before, but I personally like to, if they're at all available, use white images as the lead image, particularly on the home page. But people really do love to see the lifestyle photos, so you want to include those. So I have seen folks use on their homepage the white images, and then I've seen them use the lead image being a lifestyle image on the product pages. You're going to have to kind of take to see what works best for you. Whatever you do, don't have this hold you up from going live. If you're going to have to do something to get a white image or something, don't let that hold you up. Get it going. But this is something you can think about in the future. And then, as I mentioned, you're going to have other resources for people. And you saw how, or maybe you didn't see how, we had a video on the product page on Entryway Living all the way at the bottom. And if you use Easy Tabs, you have the ability to add things like PDFs and installation guides and things like that, and have that material on the product. And it may be material that is either product specific or it may be brand specific, but you can have it right there on the product page. And clearly, I'll say it again, the product pages, you definitely want those product pages to be the best on the internet versus all of your competition, and you never want your customers ever to leave your product page because they've got another question that you didn't answer on that product page. Now, with regards to social media, I'll keep this short. I think you've seen on all of the websites these days the social buttons. And the only thing I would say is that we do occasionally, I think people do check you out on Facebook to see if you're real. Set up your business Facebook account, link it to your website, put in all the basic information. We really don't like to communicate with people through Facebook. They try to communicate with us, and we have them email us or call us. I've said this before. But when they call us, they will get a recording, which will then be transcribed by Grasshopper. And so, we always ask for an email address, a phone number, and email. But people will go to Facebook to check out to see if you're real. There are some niches where Instagram is prominent because they are driven by photography. I think that's great if you have the ability to or the desire to work Instagram. Instagram is terrific. The one on here that's unusual is that Pinterest doesn't consider themselves to be a social media site. Pinterest considers themselves to be a visual search engine. We're having a lot of success driving traffic to our stores using Pinterest. And this is going to be something that I spend more time on in the future with this group. And I'm going to reveal how we're doing it when I've got some concrete results. But we're getting a lot of traffic from Pinterest. Pinterest relies on new visuals. And so you're not competing for organic search results against people with huge domain authorities like Amazon and the other people that might be in your domain that you would compete against that are brick and mortar. And so if you have a piece of content or even a product, and the big guys don't spend any time on Pinterest and put pins together that are anything other than photos of the product, and Pinterest hates that. So if you put a graphic together, you're likely to be the best ranking product pin just because you took the time to do it. So Pinterest is I think is a great opportunity. It's not, they don't think of themselves as a social media site. I think most of us think of them like that. But these are that's the way to use these. This is not something that you should focus on at the beginning other than to establish your business accounts so that you can build on them in the future. Much more important to do the stuff that I discussed before we got to this page. And now we're going to move into lesson 7. And lesson 7 is all about traffic. It should be evident to everyone, obvious to everyone, that with regards to traffic, getting more shoppers means more conversions. And so traffic is incredibly important. I'll take traffic, any kind of traffic I can get. We have a predisposition, and I call this I call our strategy a cheap first click strategy. So we try to get the cheapest first clicks, then we retarget people, and we try to keep them coming back to our site, and we try and stay in front of them as much as we can. You've heard me mention stories where people will come back over 12 or 13 or 14 days. I saw one that was as long as 19 days that they came back to our site several times over. There are studies where people talk about having to get in front of people 7 times before you make a sale. Traffic is important. So in lesson 7, we talk about the big picture, which I actually just kind of rattled on about. We're going to talk about the types of ads. We'll talk about the organic traffic building blocks, a little bit about social media strategies, and then I've already revealed my cheap first click strategy, but I'll go into it again and talk a little bit about that. So let's start with sales funnels and the customer journey. And then we're going to talk about, the sales funnel and the customer journey is that, we try to get, all along the sales funnel, we try to get traffic. For the people that are, being inquisitive at the very beginning of the journey, we clearly don't focus on them as much. We're really focused on that product page, and that's where we're spending our time, and we're driving our traffic through Google Shopping to those products to convert. But over the long haul, we're going to think about the sales funnel. I'm going to give you an example of, a very obvious example of, how the search engines try to gauge intent in what they show you. And then I have an example of a Google search, but Google and Bing, and we're going to talk about ads, organic listings, images, videos, all of the things that you would find in a normal search query, and then talk a little bit about social media, ads that interrupt you, interruption marketing. People don't go to social media to search for things. They go there for other reasons, and so advertising is not particularly fruitful on social media, certainly in terms of for cold traffic. There are people, and you see them every day when you go to Facebook and Instagram, that sell you things. There's single product stores that sell you some item that might be attractive to you. You're a fan of a sports team, they're selling something for that sports team, or you're a fan of some kind of a sport and they sell you something cool about that sport. This again is the classic sales funnel that I just mentioned. I wanted to show you this. When we talk about advertising, you can take out the awareness, interest, decision, and action, and you can substitute a broad search, so a niche search, a brand search in the middle, and then a SKU search at the bottom. So when you think of a sales funnel from a paid traffic standpoint, a lot of people do away with this construct, and they say a broad search, so a niche related search that has niche terms, or a brand in the niche is even has more intent, and then the most intent has the product. So that's what it would translate to in a paid traffic context. Now, the economics on your store, and don't listen to what the gurus say. The reality is that you're going to convert traffic somewhere between 0.25, maybe 0.5% to 1%. You're going to hear people claim that they converted 2 or 3%. They're full of baloney. It just doesn't happen. And the reality is, the longer that you're in this business, the more you're going to get some of that very top of the funnel traffic that doesn't convert. You're going to want to educate people. You're going to want to be the resource that they go to. And that traffic just doesn't convert as quickly. They come back a lot of times. So you're not going to have a really high conversion rate. If you're selling a single product, it's really important what that conversion rate is, but it isn't for us. So don't let this metric be at all important to you. It's your sales that are important. Your early experience, you're obviously not going to achieve what you are, later in the game. That's just, obvious. As is always the case, whether it's the 80-20 rule, we're going to focus on the most important SKUs from every supplier. We're going to focus on the winners. We're going to cut the losers. And then with regards to paid traffic, and I say this with all due respect, when you get into it and start advertising with Google, Google is your frenemy, and they will make suggestions to you, and they will say, if you just raised your budget by 10% or 15% or 20%, look at how many more sales you're going to get. Or they're going to try to suggest that you let them run your campaigns, and they are your frenemy. Remember, Google's in business to make money, so you want to be very careful and tell Google exactly what you want Google to do for you. Google search text ad is just an ad that appears on a web page, and I think we have one in a minute. They are the least important of all of the ads that we can talk about. You can Google search text ads. But you can you can put some money towards a brand, and if you're selling a lot of that brand, you may want to use a search text ad only when you get to be very, very advanced. This is a Google shopping ad, and this is a search in the UK that I did, and it was a very broad search by leopard gecko tanks, and you can see I've clicked on the shopping tag. And you have quite an array of different products in leopard gecko tanks. And so this is not SKU specific. And Google's doing the best job they can to show you what might be relevant because you've given them a very broad search. So this is what a shopping ad looks like for a broad search phrase. And that's a Google shopping ad with the red box around it. You can see it says, there's one up there that's sponsored up in the upper right. So that is a Google shopping ad. It's in the Google shopping tag. And as I said, it's a very broad search. Now here is a very classic search. This, obviously when you search for iPhone 11 black, you're going to get a really well built out search. But Google's not exactly sure of what you want to do here. So on the left side, And you can see the number of searches, 3.14 billion searches or results. Okay, takes 0.41 seconds. But at the top are the Google Shopping ads. Now, we didn't specify, other than iPhone 11, exactly which iPhone 11. So you see different prices. For sure, Google iPhone 11 Black has a minimum advertised price. And as you can see, the first one and the third one both are 128 gigabytes, and they're both the same price. So that means that everybody is observing map. There is one that's priced slightly different because it's got a dual SIM, which is the second one from the left. And then the other ones I can't really explain. But as you come down, since you've got a broad search, although it's certainly more narrow than the last search, you see stories. They're not sure exactly why you're searching, so they're going to show you some popular stories that you can click through. Then there are going to be images, and if you just go back underneath the Google search bar, you can see all of the different things that you could click on there, all the way from all results, images, videos, news, shopping, more. So over on the right side, you have images. Now Google owns YouTube, and so they're going to show you YouTube videos. And then they're going to show you from Apple.com. They're going to show you a result from Apple.com, which is the 256 gigabyte Black, and then they're going to show you snippets. And this is just a continuation of the web page. So you're now into the organic search. Apple is first, for sure, always. And then there's some snippets, and these are places where if you had content, you might be able to sneak it into the snippet. These are questions that people frequently ask, and so Google's going to try and answer that. And then after everything I just showed you, we get down into the organic listings. The first organic listing is from Amazon. The next one is from some retailer over here where I live, so that's representative of good for them being number 2. And then all the way at the bottom is interesting because CNET, the Apple iPhone 11 review, that's a review site, CNET. CNET makes money off of affiliate commissions, but they may be doing a review of this because they know it's going to be very popular. And when people come to their site, they're going to get sold something else that CNET can collect a commission on, or maybe they'll have an ad that they'll click on, and CNET will collect some AdSense revenue. And so that is what a search result looks like on Google, and the way it's arrayed for a little bit narrower, not so broad search as the Buy Leopard Gecko Tank. So iPhone 11 Black, we didn't get down to the SKU and go down to the number of gigabytes, which would, I think, get you as far down as you can get in an Apple SKU. So it's not exactly a SKU level search, but this kind of gives you, I think, a good representation of all of the things that Google's doing to try to figure out what the searcher's intent is. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at you here because you didn't really give them exactly what you wanted. Now, before I put this together, I was checking out, and see the blue box down at the bottom, the easiest way to improve your shopping camp ROI. Well, guess what? I was checking out ROI for Google shopping campaigns because we're going to talk about remarketing ads. I then went to the New York Times, and this is an article in the New York Times, and the site that I was at checking about this wants me to come back and do a free trial and check out, have them set up my feed set up for free. And so that's what a retargeting ad is. These are the ads that follow you around the internet. And I love these. And the most successful ads that do this are the ones that show you the last product that you looked at. Or if you saw several products on the site, they show you the last 2 or 3 products that you were looking at. And we use these all the time. These are incredibly, incredibly effective and efficient. They are not expensive. They show people your name. so that they do become familiar with you, and they ultimately drive people to actually remembering who you are, so that when they want to go back and buy, they put in yourstore.com, because they know your store name, and they put it in and they go and they find what they want to buy, and they buy it. So remarketing ads are a huge tool, and I love these things. And so start with Google Shopping, because boy, that's the bottom of the funnel. Somebody's searching for an actual, they're not going to click on it if they didn't want the product and they're not willing to pay that price, or they're not going to click on it that often, because you're telling them the full deal. And if they do come to your site and they shop around a little bit, then you follow them around with these remarketing ads. So just to review, search text ads are the most expensive. Shopping ads are the most efficient first click for cold traffic, because they're all the way down the bottom of the funnel. And then remarketing ads drive that awareness that makes people remember the name of your store. And they convert well on all platforms. I just showed you one when I was on the New York Times. It wasn't even on a Google site, but they're on every website. They're on the New York Times. But then they're also, we use not only Google, but we also use Facebook and Instagram for retargeting people. So our go-to strategy is Google Shopping campaigns to begin with, then we retarget on Google plus Facebook, Facebook/Instagram. It's the same. I threw in here, use search text ads. This is an advanced strategy. I wouldn't do this for quite a long time. And then, just the buyer beware when dealing with Google. Google is your frenemy. So watch your budget and revise. I mean, literally, when you first start your shopping campaigns, you should be logging in every day at the same time every day to find out how much money you're spending on Google. So that is the end of lesson 7. And thank you for your time and attention in lesson 7.
Hi there, and you're very welcome back to our second Q&A session of the day. Just to say a big thank you to everyone at home who's sending in your questions. We're going to get through some of those now. Ian, are you ready for another round?
Absolutely. Let's get going. Let's do as
Brilliant.
many as we can.
So our first question here is from Randy. Ian, on the valuation of drop shipping sites, could you clarify whether the multiple is calculated on annual gross sales or net operating profit?
Randy, great question. Sorry if I wasn't clear about this. The way that the website brokers and folks do this is on operating profit. And it used to be that it was on monthly operating profit. So they might say 24 times monthly operating profit. Now, more and more, you're seeing times annual profit. So it might say 2 or 2.2 or 3 times annual profit. So it'll either be expressed in terms of 24 times monthly or 2 times annual, but it's operating profit. Great question.
Great. This one is from Derek. Generally speaking, do you have separate companies for each site? If individual sites have their own company, should you have a holding company? Just wondering which is more effective for onboarding and offloading sites.
Derek, great question. We thought long and hard about this, and we operate 9 stores. We've used one holding company. We use predominantly Chase Bank, and we have a backup bank, which is Bank of America. And we use the Chase Inc. business card, which is great. And their rewards program is great. And we use backup is American Express. We just, having lots of different bank accounts would make it, I think, lots of different companies with lots of different accounts would be a lot of different fees and stuff. And we found it easier to figure out where everything's going in one account. So that's the way we've done it. And if you were to go and sell something,
you just sell the asset out of the holding company. You don't sell the holding company. So that's the way we've done it. It's worked great for us, and I think it's kept down kind of a lot of the transactional costs that having multiple companies and multiple bank accounts would do for you. So important question. Thanks for asking.
This one is from Doreen Lynn. What is the general or average ramp up time from being available online to showing a profit?
Doreen Lynn, great question. Hard question to answer. I know people that have been up and running and profitable in 30 days. I was not. I took a long time because I was very thoughtful, and I was working a job and trying to fit things in around that. And so it took me quite a while to compare niches, and I wanted to know every niche as intimately as possible. And I have a list of, I don't know, as I recall, at one point I had 18 or 19 niches, and I looked at different characteristics of each niche, and I overthought it terribly. So, and then, I don't know, we have people here that might have full time that they could allocate to it. We have people that, like me, I was doing this mostly around a full-time job, and then we have a woman who's building a site right now, and she's caring for her mother, which is another level of complication. So it's sort of too hard to tell. All I can tell you is do the work, try to dedicate time every day to move forward a little bit every day, and don't lose momentum. And the one thing that I've always, even if I only had 10 minutes in the day to focus on the store when I was working full time, I would listen to a podcast, or I'd explore something on Google, or I would do some reading on something, or watch a video, whatever I could do. I just tried to keep the momentum going. I'm sorry I can't be more specific. I hope that's helpful. Message me and tell me your situation specifically, and maybe I can be more helpful.
Thanks, Ian. And this next one is from Jen. Can you talk a little more about finding suppliers and avoiding bad suppliers? What is the process for finding good suppliers?
Okay, so the process for finding good suppliers is to find the other drop shippers that are in your niche and then copying their suppliers. Okay, and so that they're drop shippers if they have no physical presence, if they have no store, or if they have no warehouse. Okay, and you do that by combing their website. People that have stores and websites put pictures on their web stores and warehouses put pictures on their website of their stores and of their warehouses. And when you go to a drop shipper in the About Us section, it'll say that they're online only. And so when you find another drop shipper, the brands that they represent are your potential brands also. So find the other drop shippers, and you have a ready-made menu of people that you can add to your brand list. Then you start to do a deep dive and kind of learn, look at other people's sites, see how those brands are positioned, take a look at them, see what looks interesting and good to you. And to be honest, as much as we sold bathroom vanities for years, every time I try to predict if a product's going to be good or not, I honestly can't tell you. So you sort of have to. It's a little bit by trial and error, but that's the way you find the brands, slash suppliers. I use those interchangeably, brands and suppliers. Great question.
This one is from Lewis. Is it important to have what you are selling as part of your website name?
Yes, it is. We have 2 stores that are like brands that don't have it. One actually has become a known brand in the niche, but I very much believe that you should have the niche in your name, and then there are ways to
figure out how to do that. So like, sometimes you can use best XYZ, or as something at the end, you can use pros or experts. I'll give you a good example. We just built a store for the Shopify step-by-step guide to building a store. And the store that we chose to build was called Cold Plunge Experts. So, Cold Plunge says what we're selling, experts. We use pros. We could have done something like, best cold plunge or cold plunge online or something like that. But yeah, I absolutely think you should use the niche in the name, if at all possible. And I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Thanks, Ian. This one is from Gert. Would you recommend starting a business right away? And if so, do this as an umbrella name, like last name enterprises, and then do the different stores, eventually more than one, right under that umbrella name.
Yes, Kurt, absolutely. So, we have a generic name for our LLC. You wouldn't know that it's us. And the suppliers, they don't care. They're used to that. Okay. By the way, most of the suppliers have fairly generic names. I'll give you an example. In our bathroom vanity store, our best-selling brand is Fresca. The name of the distributor is RGM Distribution. Nothing really, you couldn't figure it out if you didn't know it. Okay. So you don't need to name your LLC after yourself. You can name it, just something that is identifiable and doesn't have to be related to any of the niches you're doing business in. Just something professional, not goofy. Don't do something goofy. And then all of the stores fall underneath that one LLC.
This is from Anonymous. Before starting this type of business, we want to start an LLC. What are the best states to start an LLC?
So the best states to start an LLC are, in rank order, the state that you live in, because that's usually the easiest thing to do. And if you have a choice for some reason, like for example, folks that live overseas, and Neil in our group lives in Thailand, choose Wyoming. Wyoming is the best choice. And ultimately, if you choose to do something where you have the ability to pick a state, Wyoming's the place that you go. Our LLC that holds our dropshipping stores is based in the state of Florida. Now that we're established, and the thing in Florida is, like, you can go into the public records and look us up. If you go to Wyoming, you can't do that. So there are some privacy issues there that we'd like to get around. We'll continue to pay taxes in the state of Florida. That's where our U.S. residence is. But Wyoming would be the place I would choose. Now, one of the ways to figure out if you can use Wyoming is go to your local bank where you're going to do business and see if they'll let you open up a checking account for a Wyoming LLC. That's the way to figure out whether or not you can actually use Wyoming. So most states will easily let you open up a local state LLC as a bank account. But if you go to your local bank branch and they say, well, yeah, Wyoming's fine, then you're good to go. And I mentioned the banks, Chase, Bank of America. Community banks are great also, particularly if like the branch manager. We have some family business at a dinky little bank in the middle of nowhere, suburban Chicago, and we know the branch manager and the people there, and we get tremendous service. And so it's actually a credit union. And so, wherever you can get great service, and I don't mean to favor Chase or Bank of America, but we were living overseas and they're very, they're understanding of how to do business in e-commerce. So, it worked out well for us. Great question.
Can you use your dropshipping website to start an affiliate marketing business as well to create another income stream?
The answer is yes. In order to get to be able to be approved for either the Amazon affiliate program or some other affiliate program, you will typically have to publish some content, but absolutely you can try it. Amazon is pretty rigorous on having content on your site. Some of the other share a sale and, well, really share a sale is the other big affiliate program for physical products. They're not as rigorous. So yes, you absolutely can use affiliate programs, and you should use affiliate. Try and make money any way you can, and affiliate programs are a great way to do it.
Great. This one is from Gert. How do you identify a store as online only?
I sort of mentioned this in a sense that, people that have storefronts and people that have warehouses have pictures of them, and people that are online only and they're about us, they say that, they're online only. If they have a physical store, they will list the location of their physical store. Just go look at the website and you can, 98% figure it out from the website.
Great. This one is from Elizabeth. As a drop shipper, how do you manage out of stock inventory since you actually don't store the inventory? How do you know something is out of stock before your customer makes the order?
Elizabeth, great question. We get data sheets with inventory updates at least weekly from each of our suppliers. So you'll get updates from your suppliers. Some of them we get daily. That's how good they are.
This one is from Dan. How does the supplier get paid? Do the sales proceeds go to the supplier or the website provider?
Yeah, great question. So let's just go through the process here. We build a website and identify a niche, and then we reach out to suppliers and we establish a relationship with them. We refer them as partners, and we're helping them build their brand. And we become authorized retailers for those brands, and they send us their data sheets, and then we put the products up on our websites from the suppliers. Customer comes to the website, they purchase through our Shopify website, the money is transferred into our bank account, and we send a purchase order to the supplier, who has our credit card on file because we filled out account papers with the supplier, and then they charge our credit card. Obviously, what we charge the client is minimum advertised price, which is up here. Our supplier charges us our cost, and we get to keep this in the middle. I hope that explains how the flow of money works.
This is the question about acquiring the resale certificate for my own state. What about all the other states I'm selling to?
You don't need any other reseller certificates from any other states. The only reseller certificate you need is your own state. That's who you're going to pay state income taxes to. Everybody else is free. No taxes.
This one is from Peggy. I'm confused. What am I paying the supplier for? Why do they need my credit card?
As I think, tried to describe, and I'll rephrase it, is, we pay them for the product that our customer has ordered from us, and then they turn around. We give them the client information on where it's to be shipped to. They ship it. They charge our credit card. They ship it. They send us the tracking information. We email that tracking information to the customer, and then follow up, as I said earlier, and make sure that it arrived undamaged and that everything is good. And that's obviously, we don't carry inventory, so we need to get the product from the supplier. So that's how it works.
This one is from Lawrence. Should you purchase 1-800 numbers for your website?
Yes, we use Google Workspace. Google Workspace has as part of their monthly service, they have a phone service. We have also used a couple of other of the 800 numbers. The most important thing is from my standpoint, is to have, and people really don't care if it's 800 number anymore, so because everybody calls for free. Most important thing I think is to be able to record a message, and we really like to have the messages transcribed and sent in email to us. So that service is really good. We encourage people because we can't pick up the phone all the time, and matter of fact, we rarely pick up the phone. So we want them to leave a message, to have it transcribed, and then we have as much information as we possibly can get. So we call back with an informed comment right away, and so that works out really well. But you can get it through several people. And by the way, post this question in the Facebook forum, and you'll get the latest and greatest information from people that have just done this in the last few months. So it's a really great question for the Facebook group.
Right, this one is from Michael. Being US based, how would international orders be dealt with in terms of shipping, returns, etc.?
Michael, we just don't do many international orders. Can't remember the last one we did. We do import some things from international suppliers, and that's tricky because we don't have a way to handle returns. So we have a small percentage of our business that we do that, and we do that because we have some very high-priced products, and mostly they're custom made. And we haven't had any quality issues there. But we don't send stuff to overseas. We get some crazy orders from Nigeria and Saudi Arabia and other places. We just don't send stuff outside the United States. Sometimes a US-based supplier will let you send to Canada. And sometimes we have Canadian suppliers that will, Canada's easy for them, and they all serve the United States. So that's the way that works. Great question.
This question is from Kim. As part of the best customer experience, would you utilize random YouTube videos that someone not associated with the supplier has made?
Kim, I absolutely would. We have made some YouTube videos, and we have utilized other videos that are good. Now, you have to attribute the video to the person. But actually, people that create YouTube videos want you to use them because they get the views, and it helps them. So anything you can do to help the customer learn more is really good for the customer. It's certainly not a problem for the YouTube creator. And I look at our website is kind of compiling and curating all of the best information to help the customer to get to the right decision. And so, yeah, if there's a YouTube video you can use, I absolutely would do it.
This next one is from Rochelle. Do you have a pre-written script we can follow when contacting suppliers?
I'm glad you asked. Yes, it's in the it's actually in the coursework. So yes, you can find it in the course, which will be up on the website if it's not there already.
This next one is from Leslie. Is it possible to establish yourself while having only a Facebook presence? Are Instagram, Twitter, and Pinterest really necessary?
Yeah, I mean, look, there are some niches where they're kind of Instagram friendly. Facebook really is different than the others. Facebook is really kind of shows that you're legitimate, that you're an actual business. I mean, people use Facebook for that. Now, we hate getting messages through Facebook. We actually sell something every so often through Facebook because you can hook up Shopify and have your stuff up on Facebook. But yes, you can. People that have kind of things that are visually really good looking, they use Instagram more. And Pinterest is a whole nother world.
And, to be honest with you, my wife really understands Pinterest really well. And we have one store that gets a ton of traffic from Pinterest. But Facebook is sort of like the seal of approval that you're a real company. So it's something you should definitely have.
This one is from Mike. If we are based in Canada and want to sell in the US, can we profitably do so? And or can we be registered in the US to sell more effectively in the US?
Mike, I've been waiting. Welcome. First of all, I don't know who you are, but we have a bunch of Canadian folks in the group and in the forums, and there's always a constant discussion on what the latest and greatest. One of my best friends, Kyle, who lives in Koh Samui, Thailand, he's from the Vancouver area, BC. Yes, you can live in Canada, and there's a Canadian structure, which honestly I'm not that familiar with, that you can set up, or you can go the Wyoming route that I mentioned earlier, and then Partho, who's in the group. And by the way, go to the Facebook group and search in the search bar for Canada, and you'll see all this stuff. He used a Delaware corporation. But there's a way to do it through a Canadian corporation, and we've got a bunch of folks that live in Canada and do this. And so, yeah, it'll be super easy for you.
Great. This one is from Dave. If you bought a site, does it generally include the suppliers?
Dave, you would never buy a site if it didn't include the suppliers. The suppliers are the goal. When you think of this business model, the fulcrum, the thing that's really valuable isn't the 330 Americans. It's the suppliers, okay? And the ability to generate the income. When you buy a store, you don't close the deal unless you have all of the assets in place that the seller is representing, that they develop the earnings that they're showing you. So, and I bought one, and it didn't have that, and I took a licking. And so take it from me, you don't want to do that. Okay. So yes, buy a store, you get the suppliers. And by the way, if you don't get, and I've never seen anybody not get approved by a supplier, but if you didn't get approved by a supplier, you may not want to close on it if it's a big supplier.
This one is from Mike. As a drop shipper, are you simply directing returns to the supplier? Do you have to reimburse the customer and then chase up the supplier?
The answer is sort of yes, Mike. We're working between the supplier and the customer, okay, and no one wants a return, okay. Now, if a customer is returning for remorse, in other words, they just changed their mind, they know they're going to have to pay return shipping and a restocking fee, okay. If there's damage or something like that, and they don't want, it's not as advertised, usually the supplier will offer a discount. No one wants to ship something back. If something's terribly damaged, obviously they'll be shipped back. And it sort of depends on the niche you're dealing with. Let me give you an example. We'd send a 400-pound bathroom vanity across the country from the port of Los Angeles with a marble top on it. We don't want to ship that back. We send a ceramic sink and it gets beaten up and broken, we'll just ship them another one, okay? I mean, the supplier, if it gets broken, they're going to collect from the insurance people with pictures. Obviously, it's got to be documented, but they don't want the broken sink back. So that's the kind of the way it works. Like I said, this is only 1 or 2% of our orders that we have this kind of as an issue, but that's kind of the way you think about it. There's lots of good discussions around this in the forum, and if you have an issue like this come up, just like raise your hand, and you get a bunch of people to tell you what experience they had. Great question.
Great. We're getting close on time, so I think we have time for one more. This is from Crystal. Why are you mentioning Wyoming? Is it the tax benefits?
Yeah, Wyoming is a small state. So you don't have to pay a lot of, I don't think there's sales tax in Wyoming. So it's a small state. If the sales tax, there's not that many people to pay sales tax. But the other thing about Wyoming and South Dakota have very forward-thinking laws around privacy and kind of the way that you can operate and be behind a kind of a veil of I don't want to say secrecy because it's really privacy. And their small states are super efficient at doing this. South Dakota, I ran a business for Citibank. We had our trust company situated there. Citigroup's credit card business was situated there. They're super friendly on these types of things. Wyoming, sort of leads the country in formation of LLCs and kind of all things related to LLCs. It's kind of the business that they do. You can have a registered agent there. You don't have to appear in the records, as I mentioned. So that's the reason I mentioned it.
Great. Well, thanks for answering all those questions so detailed, Ian. A reminder to everyone at home that we do have another Q&A session coming up later on.
Yes.
So don't worry if you didn't hear your answer just yet. We still have plenty more time. And make sure to keep those questions coming in because we love to hear from you all. And we're going to have a quick break again now. So if you want to stretch your legs and get some snacks, we'll see you back here in 10.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome to part 3, our final part of the program. And this is all about operating and scaling your business. I've put a little bit of a tip of my hat to a bloke. I call this Systems Run the Business. If you remember the movie The Founder, about Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's. If you remember the whole story there is that McDonald's was built on systems, and the Kroc brothers had people out in a yard figuring out how they should move inside a McDonald's store. And Ray Kroc saw this and ultimately bought the business from the Kroc brothers. Kind of a famous story in its own right. But the relevant saying was that systems run the business and people run the systems. So we're going to try to operate this as passively as at all possible, and we're going to utilize the McDonald's philosophy, okay? And we're going to have people run the systems. Systems run the business, okay? Okay, so in lesson 8, let's just start with kind of what the daily operations of your store will look like, the things you kind of have to think about on an everyday basis, keep on your mind. You won't do these things every day, but they're things to keep an eye on. In lesson 8, we're going to talk about supplier relations, website management, customer service, and financial management. When you talk about your supplier relations, you've heard me say it earlier, your supplier relations are gold, and you should leave no issue unopened with them. The suppliers are the whole reason that we're allowed to exist. Customers come, customers go. When you're processing 100 orders someday, and you will be, with a supplier, trust me, they are your trusted partner, all right? And they're fabulous people to get to know. You'll establish personal relationships. It's absolutely amazing. At a supplier, there are generally at least 3 different layers. There is either an owner or, let's say, a head of distribution, and or a national sales manager or some such person. That's the person that is kind of the big boss. You will probably, when you sign up, have some kind of interaction with that person. Sometimes there is just an owner and there's an account approver, and that account approver will be, kind of, at a more elevated level than, in the 3-tiered system. There's going to be 2 tiers. There's going to be the owner or the president or whoever, and an account approver. A lot of times, particularly at the smaller guys, that account approver is actually, quite high in the hierarchy. Then on a daily basis, you're going to deal with the order processors, and those are the folks you're going to send your purchase orders to on a daily basis, and they're going to come back to you with any stock issues, the shipping information that you're going to relay to your customer. And then, upon occasion, you're going to have some kind of a refund or potentially a return. And that's a whole separate division. So, essentially, kind of, at the top of the level, you're going to have somebody, who's the owner or the head of the thing, and then, somebody who's in charge of sales or account approver, order processor, and then the refunds folks. And you're not going to deal with those guys at the high end very much, and you're not going to deal with the refunds folk very often. Refunds will also be tied into accounting. That's just who those folks are. So you'll work with them. Generally, it's the same folks of people. So kind of 3 tiers: account approval level, order processors, and then the refunds folks. And the most important thing, I'll say this like a broken record, is don't break MAP. Now, with regards to website management, the reason we're talking today is that Shopify is a very reliable platform, and the support is terrific on Shopify support. If you ever want to open up a ticket, you can open up a ticket with them, and they respond really well. the paid apps, which we saw back in the Shopify tour, are amazingly helpful. The folks that create those apps provide great service. And if you have questions, those folks will help you apart from Shopify. The biggest time sink in managing your website starts at the beginning when you're doing product uploading, and I gave you a way to kind of defeat that in part when I gave you kind of the 80-20 rule. So if you are really only going to spend, kind of customize, let's say 10 to 20% of the descriptions, you're gonna really, kind of shorten the time frame. But it still is a fair amount of time, depending on the size of the catalog. That is the biggest time sink. And maybe one of the first things that you want to think about is learning how to do this yourself, and then outsourcing to the Philippines and find somebody who is $3 to $5 an hour. The other thing with regards to website management is you're going to get inventory updates from your suppliers. And usually these things can be done manually, and you can literally just kind of scan down a spreadsheet that you get, or a PDF, whatever they send out, and you can say, what's at 0, and just check your SKUs, and it doesn't take that long. Maybe in some stores they come once a week. From some suppliers, maybe it's less frequently than that. I know in the bathroom vanity world, for our really big guys, and these are really large, 1,000 SKUs each or more kind of suppliers, they'll send them out more frequently. But most of them don't change that much. They're in stock. They even tell you the number that they're in stock, so you can actually put the actual number up. Although we like to show a lower number to create urgency. But that's it for website management. Shopify is great. Paid apps are unbelievable. You can use our hack for product uploading, and then inventory is really not that complicated. I want to talk about customer service because, as I've said, this is the way I think that we as online providers of essentially what somebody could go to a brick and mortar, and purchase. This is where we could really shine. The reality is that the time you spend on your website and making the product information and all of the relevant information that I stressed earlier, making it clear and answering everything, that goes to help your customer service effort enormously. If your shipping and return policies are there, you're going to defeat a lot of immediate questions. If you're making sure that you're adequately reflecting, the time of delivery, because what your suppliers do, and that's on the website. And by the way, look at your competitors and see what they're promising. This all goes a long way. So I like to say that good service starts with setting clear expectations. Now, great service, I think, is by going the extra mile, and that's where you do things that kind of delight people. Okay, so I say to communicate frequently. Whenever there's kind of something going on with an order, any kind of a relevant information that is actionable, we try to pass that along. If someone gives us, for example, an order that is a pre-order, maybe it's for 2 or 3 weeks in the future. This is in America, this is rare. We make sure that at the end of the week, over the weekend, those folks know that we're still thinking about them. I have half a dozen orders on pre-order right now. I don't want to lose those orders, so I'm going to communicate. We've spoken to the supplier, which we will have, and we're confirming it. It's still, the timing is still the same. So communicate frequently. Post-delivery follow-up is huge, just to check in and do a couple of things. One is to make sure that it's received in good order and you don't have some kind of a shipping insurance problem. Remember, I mentioned damages. Depending on what niche you're in and what the likelihood of damages is and what the insurance is, that's a big deal. The other thing is to ask for reviews. Now you can set that up in your email sequence using Klaviyo, the email provider. And when you get something back from somebody, say, terrific service, very happy, boy, that goes up on the tab on your website under reviews. And give yourself 5 stars, okay, and put that up. So the post delivery and post sale and post delivery follow up is just huge. Post sales, keeping them up to date on when the delivery date is. Post delivery, making sure that the item was received in good order, no problems, and then soliciting the review. So I think that's huge. Now let me talk about the financials for a second. And I mentioned this. I'm a big believer of, when you're ready, establishing an LLC in the state that you reside. If you prefer anonymity in your state, you can look at a state that has less transparency as to the ownership, and it's outside your state. So, for example, one that I pick is Wyoming. I am legally a Florida resident, but anybody can go online and search Florida records. If I want to stay a little bit less visible for creditor protection or for whatever reasons, I can go to Wyoming and form a Wyoming LLC. We have both Florida and Wyoming. The tricky thing is that you want to go to your local bank if you're going to form an LLC outside your state and make sure that you can open the bank account for that state. We also recommend that you get at least a couple of credit cards from your bank for your LLC. And that's basically because sometimes there is some kind of a jiggle with a bank or their systems or something. And when the supplier is running the credit card, you don't want to hold up the shipment of your item because there's something going on with the bank. So we use Chase, and they're terrific, and then we use American Express, and they're terrific, and so we use them kind of interchangeably. Now, the two things that you're going to use shorter term and longer term on, let's say, a weekly basis, although I'm a real nut for this, is our daily order tracker, which is attached to this program. And on the daily order tracker, it allows you to see the order number, the customer name, the price they paid, any kind of a discount, all the cost information, and ultimately your payment processing, ultimately your profit per sale. I'm all over this on literally a morning by morning basis. Our virtual assistants use the order tracker, and then our bookkeeper actually runs the books, and I look at them both, okay, to make sure that there's no problems one between the other. People make a mistake. And I like to know what my margins are on a product. Maybe we haven't sold it, so I'm unsure of it. Sometimes if you're shipping non-UPS, shipping rates move around and you're actually concerned about what shipping looks like. Look, I'm just a nut for the financials, and I think of the two things that owners should really be paying attention to, are their financials and those supplier relations. Supplier relations is just not that often, although we obviously monitor all of the communications with our suppliers and check the inbox and the cents and that kind of stuff. But the other is your financials. The other tab on that spreadsheet is that the numbers from the order tracker feed into the profit and loss. And so we have there's another tab on that spreadsheet that's the monthly P&L, and there you get to also put in the monthly operating numbers. So I mentioned that operating expenses. You wouldn't find that on the order tracker, but if you're doing anything, and on the operating expenses, that's Shopify fees, that's your Google G Suite fees, that's any kind of other fees from apps that you may have. The other thing that we do is that we have quasi-business expenses that we charge to the business with the advice of our accountant. And I actually owned a espresso shop like the one I showed you earlier. Wasn't that one, but I owned one, and my dream was always to go to Italy and look at espresso makers. We never made that trip, but I think I probably could have written off part of that trip if I would have if I actually would have visited the factories and established relationships. That's a business trip. So, if you have, if you're making money, or if you have other income to offset, that's something that you can do. Be prudent. Seek. I'm not a tax guy. Please don't rely on me. I mentioned the monthly order tracker. I don't see anything that I missed. The final thing is, obviously, we look at the way it's set up is it looks at each month, but it accumulates it year to date. And so you can look at the year to date totals on the order tracker. And then on the monthly P&L, I think we covered everything on the monthly P&L. That gets you all the way down to the monthly store profit. And, you're watching it, literally as the month develops. We're at the point where on the monthly order tracker, we're having our virtual assistants make sure that they update it at least by Thursday of every week, and then we have we have a bookkeeper now that we've hired. We've had a couple before, but that and she's right on top of it, verifying it. So she might have a day lag or a couple of days lag, but I'm never too far from knowing what the profitability is. And if, for example, on Monday morning there's a crush of new orders that we send to to our suppliers, I'll actually go into the sent boxes, sent files, and look at kind of what the costs are that that we're expecting, because I don't know each product. I'll look at what the cost of each of the order is and kind of do a manual calculation. I think staying on top of things all over the financials, obviously it's a very good business practice. So that is the end of lesson 8. Those are the functions that you should be thinking about on a weekly basis at a high level. At the beginning, you're going to be doing all of those things, and that's a great way to start. Now let's move into lesson 9, which is kind of the next evolution of this, which is setting up systems and processes to make your business more passive, really passive. Now let's move into lesson 9, which is kind of the next evolution of this, which is setting up systems and processes to make your business more passive, really passive. And so in lesson 9, what you want to do is make a template if you can. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some life-changing software called Asana. I'm then going to talk to you about how to set up screen recordings for SOPs, standard operating processes, or SOPs, standard operating procedures. I'm going to talk to you about suite process software. Then I'm going to talk to you about one of my favorites, one of the ones I wish I would have developed myself, called Slack. And then we're going to talk to you about Loom. This is really cool stuff. So, and by the way, we didn't know any of this when we started. I didn't have a clue. Okay, we literally learned about this stuff when we hired folks, and they said, "Have you tried this?" Or they just added us to their group, and that's how we learned about it. Now, in the pandemic, we've seen companies adopt some software, but most corporations basically are just still Microsoft shops. And if there's a reason I retire early, I'm slated to retire in the middle of 2021. The reason, if there's a reason, it would be because of Microsoft Teams. I feel like it's a big step backwards. But this software is incredibly empowering. Let me talk to you about this. Now, what do you need templates for? Well, you're going to get frequently asked questions, and it's just so much easier to have a template, all right? Whether you do it yourself or whether you have a virtual assistant, for sure if you have a virtual assistant. Let's talk about some of the things that happen frequently. Obviously, for orders, you want to have a very professional-looking PDF formatted template with your logo. And I literally just posted a copy of one that I got off the internet and the VIP Facebook group not long ago. And I'll probably republish that as part of our own materials. Daily abandoned cart emails I've talked about before. Standard questions is kind of what I started to allude to. There are questions that you're going to get that are real frequent. And whether that is, the two most frequent questions are about, when will something be ordered or when will something be delivered? And then conversely, when will something be back in stock? Those are kind of the two most frequently asked questions. And I guess the third one would be the abandoned cart emails. It's kind of a three-way race there. Every so often you'll get damaged merchandise, and so you want to have a very clear instruction to the customer what they have to do. Typically what you have to do is you have to get photos from the customer if they've actually signed and received it, as opposed to rejecting delivery. If they reject delivery, you're fine. If they have signed for it and they received it, they open it and it's broken, it's not workable, then you're going to need to have a process, and it's just really easy to put that in the template. Your niche will be have its own idiosyncrasies. We always send out delivery notifications so that people are aware of when things are coming, particularly on things that ship LTL, not so much when things ship UPS. Return instructions is kind of a corollary to what I just mentioned. And then as I mentioned earlier, post-delivery follow-up and then weekly backorder confirmations are just huge. Now let's talk about maybe my favorite Asana, and I'll tell you a kind of a personal family story. Asana is software that was introduced to us when we outsourced something. I think it was paid traffic. We got put into Asana group, and the way Asana works is everything is organized by a task. So you create boards, and so let's say customer service board, and each purchase order will have its own task, and you can see all of the activity related to it. So the purchase order is sent, advised by that it'll ship on Wednesday, shipped with tracking number, customer received, follow up with customer says it's a good order. That one is archived. So everything is organized by tasks, and you can assign a task if you have a team, to the teammate that should handle it. So you can batch these things, and if you come up with something that you want to do that's different, you can actually create a task and assign things. And the thing that I was going to mention that makes me cringe a little bit is my wife and I now assign each other Asana tasks. I mean, she started it, by the way, it wasn't me. But we assign each other Asana tasks. It first started with business-related stuff. Mark, look at, mark this as complete, or can you follow up on, something? And it's gotten to be, kind of a funny thing. It's that powerful. As I mentioned, it keeps all the related communication in Asana, and you can rigorously watch the due dates and change those due dates so that the due dates reflect actually what's going on. Sometimes a virtual assistant will mark something complete, and we'll go back and change it because we don't think it's complete. So that allows us to keep it on their radar. Again, they're working when we're sleeping a lot of the times, and so it's really powerful in that regard. Now, I mentioned suite process in kind of the context of SOPs, and the power of suite process is that it allows you to catalog processes. So for example, Atlas Supplier, you can, if they have some idiosyncratic way that they do business, you can record how to do business with Atlas. You can attach a PDF to that. And then on your home screen in Suite Process that your team can look at, or you can use it for yourself because you can't remember all this stuff, you can create stuff that is very nicely organized and archived. It allows you to narrate over your computer screen so somebody can watch you click by click, which is huge. The thing that I like to tell people about that is that most processes, when you get to the point where you're going to have a team, you're going to hire somebody most likely from the Philippines. And the best jobs at the call centers in the Philippines are from people like American Express, JP Morgan. Imagine working in the middle of the night for American Express or JP Morgan or some such company, and all of their SOPs are in PDF form, and we're competing to hire that great talent that's already been well trained, and we're saying, guess what, you don't have to drive an hour to go to the call center, you can stay at home, and all of our SOPs are in video. And you can watch them in video, and yes, there is reading material attached to it. It gives us a huge advantage that will not only attract people, but that they'll actually get it right. So we're a little bit more nimble, or maybe a lot more nimble. So it's perfect for the idiosyncrasies, as I mentioned, video and PDF, as I mentioned, and then you're building this library that you're constantly keeping up to date as things change, and suppliers change their routines, or you want things handled differently. So we put in a with this bookkeeper that we hired, and when we put in Xero, we now have another step for our virtual assistants to take when they process an order in order to help the bookkeeper. So that stuff works great. Slack is essentially chat software. So I don't know if you're like me, but I get so many iMessages and so many WhatsApps, and I don't want to say that I ignore them, but I don't respond to them. I look at them when I can look at them. If it's in Slack, it means it's business related, and the way and it's chat software. It allows you to set up a group, so the relevant people can be in the channel, or you can have an individual conversation with one person. It's amazing. So there's different threads for topics. There's individual communications. There's general, specific communications. One of the things that we found when we started employing people that were outside contractors that weren't going to work on a dedicated basis with us is that those contractors love to communicate with you over Skype. And quite frankly, I don't even open my Skype. And I don't, Skype, the messages get lost. It's horrible. We now move them right into Slack. And if they, we tell people when we hire them, that they have to adopt our Slack. We're not going to communicate over Skype, and we ignore anything. I don't think that either of us open up our Skype at all. So Slack is amazing. It's now a public company under the symbol WORK, and they've gotten quite a bit of press in 2020. They had a lot of press when they went public. I think it was 2018 or 2019, and then of course 2020. It's been great for them. And by the way, Asana free, Slack free. I forgot to mention that. Asana free, Slack free, Suite Process. There's a free level. At some point you start paying on all of these, but we haven't breached it to my knowledge. And then finally, one that's relatively new to us, maybe only 18 months or something like this, is software called Loom. And this is essentially very similar to Suite Process. It's screen recording software. The whole concept behind Loom is real simple. It's kind of like what we're doing here. It's faster for me to talk to you and to show you my screen than it is for me to write you a long email. And if I just want you to tweak something, I'll just put a Loom together and I'll drop it in Asana related to the task that we're talking about. And so it allows you to do a quick video with kind of an over-the-shoulder review of what I'm doing that I want you to do. It records your computer screen with you have your headshot down there in the corner. which is kind of cool. As I mentioned, it's so much more efficient. I don't know what the numbers are. I actually should check into that, but it's not really material. It's so much more efficient to speak than to write emails or write anything. And then it just makes quick explanations really easy to understand. And I would say the differentiator between Loom and SuiteProcess is we use Loom when you don't need a process. This is something that's idiosyncratic, or just kind of giving you a quick, hey, do this. Literally, my wife will sit in bed with her laptop and ah and record something. This is not polished recording. This is just you, and by the way, you don't like it, you delete it, you record another one. That's it, but it just saves time, particularly when someone's not in the same location that you are. It's just amazing stuff. So my personal story on how our business scaled is that when we had our first store, which was in baby bedding, we knew that we couldn't service the United States being asleep at night. And while the orders weren't crushing, we hired a VA, I think part-time, to run to do the orders. And the idea really was to get accustomed to working with a VA, sourcing a VA. We were going to kind of be the crash test dummies for everything, and we were in pursuit of what I think we're all in pursuit of, right? Semi-passive income. And so the cost wasn't that expensive. VAs in the Philippines cost $3 to $5 an hour, and we'll talk in a second about hiring them. But at that level, you can afford a VA as soon as you start making money, because they can upload products, they can do all kinds of things. And what we realized was that the VAs require templates and systems and procedures. What ended up happening is when we added our second business, and I told the story how in 2017 we went from maybe 40 to 60 orders a month to over 200, 250, 260 orders a month. And our VA, poor Marvin, ended up having this ridiculous number of orders to process, and we very quickly had to hire. We ended up with 4 VAs for one store because the business exploded. Without the infrastructure of having all of these tools in place, particularly SuiteProcess, we could never have had them come in to our business. It's at the point now, particularly in the bathroom vanity world, where it's quite unique and complicated because of the shipping and the returns and the damages and the number of suppliers there, that we now have people spend the better part of the first week with us just watching videos. And we weren't prepared for it, and I hope that the same thing happens to you, because as I often say, that this is an exploding business is a high-class problem. So, but that getting that stuff all set up, getting comfortable with it, if you have to do that when the business is taking off, you're probably waiting too long. You have to kind of do it before you really need it. To be, certainly you could do it, whenever it happens. But I will tell you this: we did retrain on the first store of VA, and my wife started doing processes on the first store because she said, never again will I retrain someone because they left after 60 or 90 days for whatever reason. So the first time that you hire someone and you train them and you spend all that time, and then when they leave or you have to fire them, you'll get the idea. And when you have all these processes in place, it makes it a lot easier to make a call that you're not going to tolerate somebody who you think might be cheating you or isn't doing a good job, not pulling their weight. So that's my personal story. And that is the end of lesson 9. And now I've got a bonus lesson. I think we have time. I checked before. This is called Outsource Like a Pro. And in this bonus lesson, I'm going to talk about how to efficiently access the global talent of workers out there and scale your business. And the subtitle is Be Strategic, Not Busy. And you've heard me say this. I do in the business what I like to do, which is the strategic stuff. I don't want to be busy with the tasks. So we have it set up so that the tasks run themselves. And I get to do the strategy. I get to do the stuff where I can add value. I get to, be vision. That's what I like to do. Yes, I get in the weeds when I want to and check things because you trust but verify. But, that's the idea. Now, why would you outsource? Let's maybe ask the first question. Few reasons. You can't do it, or maybe you don't want to learn how to do it. You don't want to do it, you know that, or it's just way more efficient not to do it. Now, when you're talking about hiring folks in the Philippines that actually are trained on Shopify, trained on customer service, trained on all this stuff, and they're $3 to $5 an hour, it becomes pretty compelling and allows you to travel the world. It allows you to take off for, a long time and just, basically check in to see that everything's okay. It's amazing. That's the real reason. Now, what are the things that you're going to outsource? Well, I mentioned this many times. Product uploading at the beginning is kind of something that's going to be, on your plate. You're going to have to get it done. There aren't really any real shortcuts. You're going to want to have it really done really well. If you have the money to get somebody to do product uploading, or as soon as you get to the point where you can spend your profits to get someone, you can accelerate your business. Then there is website development, there is customer service, and there is paid traffic. And with regards to website development, let me just go forward here. The marketplaces for talent for things like product uploading and website development, the best ones are Upwork and onlinejobs.ph. For Upwork, you're going to look for product uploading and website development. You're going to look for customer service, and you can also find people that will do things, little tweaks for pixels that you might need installed on your site, that type of thing. For customer service and product uploading, there's a job site out of the Philippines called onlinejobs.ph that is just terrific. Let's talk about, go back to the general reasons on, how you go about finding somebody, no matter what category they're in. Pick a very specific task that you want them for. You're going to need to describe whether it's a task or a job. You're going to have to describe this very carefully. You're going to have to list any of the required skills you have and be very reticent to take people at face value. On Upwork, there is a very good history of what people have done, but they post it themselves, and so it's semi-massaged. I know people that give folks tests on Upwork. You can tell pretty quickly if you do an interview, kind of as to what their real experience is. You have to define exactly what you want that deliverable to be, no matter what task it is that you're going to ask them to do. Then one of the things that we always do at the very end of the the job posting is we insert what's known as an Easter egg. And an Easter egg is something like the following. This is my wife's favorite one. Please start your response for this job posting with your favorite book and why it's your favorite book. Now, you're going to post a job and 200 people are going to respond to it. You want to only review the responses of the people that have read all, that are thoughtful and read all of the job description. Why? Two reasons. Number one, essentially, those people have just separated themselves. You have too many people to talk to. And number two, they're going to be working in your business. You want the people that are thorough. So, that's the reason that you do that. Now, I'll mention Hubstaff here. Hubstaff is software that allows you to look at your employees' screens, and it takes screenshots. And you can set it from, I guess, maybe as little as every 5 minutes to, as frequently as every hour. But I think we look at ours every 5 minutes. And so when you have a remote worker that you're paying by the hour, you can look to see what they're doing. And yes, they have. There are things that they can do by moving the mouse to make it look like there are ways to defeat Hubstaff. But poor Marvin that I mentioned earlier, we caught him watching Netflix way too often, and Marvin's no longer with us. And you want to know, particularly when you see productivity decline. Hubstaff will give you a report on productivity. By the way, it's a really tough report. It's hard. It's a tough grading system. It's really tough to rank well on Hubstaff. And there's a lot of things that aren't done on the computer. So when our folks are confirming things on the phone and stuff like that, not much changes on the computer. So you'll know. But if you ever want to check, you can check. And it goes back to the kind of trust but verify. And this is the world that we live in now, particularly in the remote world. And we see this every day. Let's talk about the product uploading and website development. Here specifically, you're going to get listings that are both individuals and agencies. You want to hire individuals. You don't want to hire an agency. You don't want to hire somebody who's got 100 jobs, but you're going to get the new guy that from Bangladesh, Pakistan, or India, where the talent is great, by the way, for this kind of stuff. You don't want to get the new guy. You want to get somebody that has done it themselves. A verbal interview for this stuff is not really necessary. Matter of fact, they're reluctant oftentimes to get on the phone because English is their first language. These are really smart guys and gals. You actually may make a bad decision. What you want is attention to detail when they're doing product uploading and website development. You're going to communicate through, as I mentioned, Loom or Suite Process. That's just fine. What you want to do is check their Shopify experience, and you're going to probably give them a small task to complete to see how they do. And then you're going to have the age-old choice of, do you pay them by the hour or you pay them by the job? You're going to want to try to pay them by the job. So how many dollars per product to upload? And they're going to push back on that because they're going to come back to you and they're going to say, yeah, but to get something, you review it 5 times and it takes me longer than if I go do it for somebody else. You have to be a little bit careful though. You don't want to lose a good product uploader over that. That's the age-old question there. If you get to this situation, just post a question in the Facebook group and we'll have a conversation around what that costs. With regards to customer service, this is folks from the Philippines. Verbal and written English is crucial. The time availability, can and will they work, kind of during USA hours or wherever you're at during the daytime. Obviously, they're not much help if they're not working in the daytime and they're going to do real-time customer service. We asked to get a screenshot of their internet connectivity. That can be faked, but it's a good start. We love to look for people that do have the American Express or JP Morgan experience, people that have world-class experience. There's so much use of Excel in our with our suppliers and with us that we make sure that they're always familiar with Excel. Most folks are, so but I would just check that. For paid traffic or other code, these are the website guys usually. The reason you would do it is a lot of the third-party apps, like I think Affirm was in a situation where it required code. Now they're moving to a situation where it's integrated to Shopify. Google Analytics still requires code. It's super easy to do. You don't need somebody to do your Google Analytics code. But the Google, Facebook, Instagram, Pixel, and Pinterest pixels, we've hired out. Particularly Pinterest seems to be a problem. My wife's really pretty good at this stuff. But you can pay $5 or $10 and get somebody great to do that, and not have to learn it and spend an hour doing it. And it's also establishing an account at Upwork and onlinejobs.ph doesn't cost you anything, and you can kind of get into the swing of things and see what it's like. Let me just spend a situation, a moment talking about the cultural differences when you hire people from around the world. First, as I mentioned, the pay scales are very different. If you want someone based in the United States, it's going to cost a heck of a lot more than it's going to cost in the Philippines. There are situations where we have used folks from the United States in call centers, and we had good reasons. They've done a very good job for us when we only needed that call center person, but we didn't need kind of daily tasks. We and most of the people that we know utilize for customer service folks in the Philippines. One of the things is when you have a full-timer working for you, culturally in the Philippines, there's a 13th month at the Christmas holiday. It's a tradition in the Philippines and a lot of places in the in the world. As I mentioned, you want to show folks how to do things. A lot of times, with the idiosyncrasy on something that you may ask them to do, show them via Loom. You're not going to have a conversation with them, or write that, or send it in writing. Particularly in the Philippines, there's a little bit of a fear of failure. So there is very much a cultural thing to please you. So the culture is very much, yes, I can do it, when in fact maybe they can't. So you got to be a little bit suspicious sometime of somebody always saying yes, or make sure that they fulfill what they can say. On the other hand, going back to my Marvin example, after a year or two, sometimes people get comfortable. Particularly, we were paying him top dollar. And unfortunately, and this is true, it's human nature, it's not just the Philippines. You're paying somebody very well, they get complacent, they think that it's going to be like that forever, and they don't actually produce. And then I have heard people say that culturally there's a culture, particularly this is in the Philippines, where if they're in a team together, sometimes they try to drag each other down. I haven't really seen that. But I'll throw that out there because in some of the forums I'm in, there's a complaint like that. Like I said, I haven't really seen it. And then, we do monitor, and I think it's just a good practice to monitor by looking at people's screenshots, but also their productivity on if they're asking what we want them to do and they're correcting stuff that we ask them to correct, and if they're prioritizing the things that we, have articulated need to be prioritized. Now, I know a bunch of folks that live in the United States and don't outsource, and outsource to the Philippines. They can have more direct conversations, either, I guess through Skype, although I don't really know people that use Skype. They can do that, or they can have more real-time stuff. Most of our interaction up until about, let's just say, the early afternoon New York time, so call it late morning West Coast time, United States, I can be on Asana, I can be in Slack, but then after that, we're tuned out. And it's not my first choice of things to do, so, I try not to do it. But, I will check, particularly Slack, if something's urgent. If I know that there's something urgent, I'll be checking things. I'll check Asana also, but with regards to kind of monitoring people, we go through on our own schedule and monitor what we think needs to be monitored. But those are some of the things, and that is the end of the bonus lesson, which I call Outsource Like a Pro. And I think it's an amazing opportunity that exists today with this entirely interconnected world that we live in, with a global talent pool, particularly that understands the Shopify ecosystem and that you can use productively. I've had feedback from coaching clients of mine that have said that this is the greatest thing that they never realized, because as entrepreneurs, as owners of business, those of us looking to create as passive of income as we possibly can. If somebody once said to me, if you can't employ $3 or $4 an hour talent and make your life better, then you need to think hard about yourself. And I to a certain extent, that's true. And by the way, the challenge there is giving up control, and or putting in place those systems that run the business. So that's how we started part 3, and now we are going to have the Q&A session for part 3. So thank you.
Hi there, and you're very welcome back to our final Q&A session of today. How are you feeling, Ian?
I am feeling great. I'm excited to get onto this. We have a little bit longer time, so we have plenty of time for questions. Let me just mention that going back to 2012 or 2013, when I was kind of thinking about what I was going to do after my corporate retirement. Of course, back then I didn't know if I'd actually make it as long as I did, which was I retired in 2022. But one of the things that I really wanted to be able to do was spend some time every day working on the business, and also connect with people through forums and groups like the one we have, the 21st Century Storefront group. Just as a funny story, the other day I was playing with ChatGPT because I was going to write a blog post for my blog at professionalwebsiteinvestors.com, and I asked ChatGPT to give me 5 reasons why someone who's thinking of retiring would want to become involved in high-ticket dropshipping. And I had the first 4 were pretty obvious to me. And the 5th one was, well, when somebody retires, they're oftentimes looking for a community and some place where they can be involved with other people that have like interests. And that wasn't on my list for some reason when I was going to write the article. Yet, when I think back about it, it was literally one of the very first things that I had kind of planned into my retirement. So I hope everyone will spend time in the Facebook forum. If you don't have time to answer the questions here, ask them to the people there. They're doing it every day. Please don't be shy about sending me a direct message. I will ask everybody that if it's something that's general, that can benefit from other people's input, to put it in the forum. It's something specific. Maybe you're looking at a niche or something where you don't want to share that publicly. Then ask me. But it's really a tremendous resource. And when you have people that are literally in the same situation as you, going through this every day, it's a great place to find community. And now that I'm not going into an office anymore, I can tell you that it's kind of one of my primary outlets of kind of where I spend my time. So go ahead, Jenny. I'm sorry.
Great. And just to add to that, after the masterclass, we will send an update with a link to that Facebook community so people can join it there. And yes, we do have a little extra time in this session, but just to remind everyone as well, we will have our follow-on session in 2 weeks. So November 17th is when we will meet again. And again, that will be recorded. If that date doesn't suit you guys, you can watch it at a later time. But yes, please feel free to keep sending in those questions, and Ian, the community, someone will get back to you. So yeah, let's get on with the questions. This first one is from Gert. how do I establish a business address in Wyoming when I actually live in Indiana?
Hey, Gert, great question. Wyoming, the folks in Wyoming, the companies there that will act as, you need a registered agent in Wyoming. One of the services that they offer is an address. You have to have a registered agent. That registered agent has to have an address. And so you get that as being when you work with one of the companies there. And several of the people in the group have used different folks in Wyoming. So that's a really good question. And I honestly don't know. I don't know the last one that I saw. I looked at Wyoming registered agents or something like that. They go everything from the very what I would call light end, which is you just get an LLC and an address, to a full virtual office where they collect your mail, they scan it or forward it to you, they provide you a phone number. So there's different services available for you. If you're in Indiana, you may just want the first one, which is just want the LLC and the address is in Wyoming. But again, don't get a Wyoming LLC and then go to the bank without talking to the bank first and making sure that they'll accommodate the Wyoming LLC. There are some banks that are really peculiar about this, and they want you to have a local LLC. They just aren't there yet. So I would strongly suggest you do that. Or kind of the reverse thing is say, I have a Wyoming LLC. Will you accommodate this? And it may take whoever, depending on who you're talking to, may take them 2 or 3 people up the ladder to get the okay. And if the bank knows you, they'll probably be very open. It may be tough, a lot tougher if you don't know, if you're calling cold a bank and saying, do you do this type of thing? They may not accommodate it. So it all really depends. But that's a very good question. You can get everything from the most basic LLC to a full virtual family of a virtual office.
This next one is from Randy. Do you find any particular market segment, consumer discretionary, etc., to be particularly good hunting grounds for niche suppliers?
Randy, great question, and one that I think about all the time. I look at least a couple of deals, website broker listings. So these are profitable stores that are for sale. I look at least a couple every week. And we've tended to be in the household goods area. I mean, I don't know why, but we started doing things in different rooms in the house, all around the house, and that worked well for us. I sort of had this feeling that Americans are crazy about their houses, and so people, particularly people of means, will spend lots of money fixing their houses, and then when people trade up, they want to do things to the new house, and if they can't trade up, they want to improve the old house. So it's sort of a virtual cycle. That said, I would say I have seen a number of really good ideas in business to business. When businesses buy things, they sort of, it's very professional. There's no emotion. It's, do you meet their needs? It's maybe a little bit overlooked, because we always think about shopping being things for, either leisure or, things for the home, that kind of thing. So business to business is a good thing. I mention leisure items when I think of things like, sporting goods and stuff like that. I don't have any of those hobbies, so I don't know those things well, and I haven't done them well, but I have seen some people do well in those things. You know, the other way to think about it, which I think is very, very valid, is, kind of think of who your avatar is and what they're doing and what they would like. And when you can drill down and figure out who that avatar is, and what might appeal to them, that's another way to come at it. And definitely when you have a store, you're going to find that a certain type of person with certain interests continues to gravitate to that. So let me give you an example. We have a store that sells farmhouse sinks, and that has attracts women predominantly in their 30s, probably have remodeling their kitchen is an interest, have younger children, a little bit more affluent because they're remodeling their kitchen, but not, spending tremendous amounts of money. You can really kind of pin down who that person is and why they're doing it, and then find other things that might be interested to them. That's someone who's going to be maybe on Pinterest too. So you know where to find them. So I would say, going back, it's a long way of answering your question, but our clients are wealthier. They have the discretionary earnings. They could be interested. We did this store for called Cold Plunge Experts, all around kind of this health craze, if you will, where people are focusing on optimizing their personal performance, everything from supplements to exercise to cold plunges in the morning and things like that. And you can sort of see an avatar when you think of like who that might be. The one that is really super interesting to me is the business to business one. Don't forget that one, because I think we think of selling things to individuals, but don't forget selling things to businesses. So I hope that's helpful. It's a topic I love to talk about. We could spend the next rest of this session doing it, but we probably should move on. So thanks.
This one is from Anonymous. If I want to have international suppliers, how do freight and duty work with drop shipping? Also, advantages and disadvantages of having international suppliers.
The great thing about international suppliers is that you may have less competition selling. You may be the only one that has their brand. So we have a store that has 3 international suppliers, and we're the sole distributor in the United States for those brands. The way it works is that you have to have some estimate of what the customs duties are going to be, and the customer has to pay that, and you can get a quote on the shipping and factor that into the price. People do not pay for shipping on top of the price typically, although I talked to somebody the other day who was having no problems adding shipping onto the cost of what they sold things. So you get the freight quote up front. It's pretty easy, and it's a little bit funkier getting the customs fees. We've had that be very variable for some reason. So you sort of have to try and do the best you can there. Maybe aim a little bit high. Your supplier can probably help you out on that. What you want to be able to do, what you have to be very explicit in doing, is telling the customer that you're going to have to charge, that they're going to have to pay the customs fees, or you can include that into the price. But it's something that you're going to want to disclose. And then obviously the advantages are that you have something that other people don't have. Brands that other people don't have.
This one is from Rochelle. I don't want to break MAP, but what happens if a coupon or discount that I issue does that?
Rochelle, that's a great question. I'm really glad you answered it. Coupons and discount codes do not break MAP. MAP is the minimum advertised price. So it's the advertised price on the website. You can literally have on your homepage a 5% off sale for Thanksgiving. And, just use thanks, 5 as the code at checkout. And that doesn't break MAP because at the product level, it'll show the minimum advertised price. And then when you go to the checkout page, you have to enter the code. You cannot lower the price by 5% on the product page. So on the home page, you can have a store-wide sale. You cannot lower it on the product page. Really good question, really important. I've had some deep discussions. We have one supplier, and I told them that I believe that one of my competitors, a very good competitor, a very big client of theirs, someone that I'm chasing, I told them I think what they're doing was wrong. They were advertising on the product page. They were advertising discounts. And I said, I think that's wrong. I think that breaks the spirit of MAP. And I said, look, if you were to go to Hermes or Louis Vuitton or Rolex or something like that, you'd never see this. And I sort of shamed the CEO, and I got off the call, and within an hour, a system-wide email went out to everybody saying you can't do this anymore. So I speak with some knowledge of what I'm talking about here.
Right, this one is from Leslie. If I establish my LLC in Wyoming instead of my home state, do I still need to have a state reseller certificate from my home state?
Leslie, I believe, and you'll want to talk to your accountant, that if you're domiciled in a state and you're living there, that you're going to have a reseller certificate in that state. We have a lot of folks, particularly because this is international living, that live outside the country, and so they can kind of pick their state. They're no longer, affiliated to a state, or they can virtually move from one state to another state. Maybe their kids live in another state, and they were in some horrible high-tax state like California or New York or something. But I think in general, if you're actually living in that state, that you should get a reseller certificate and pay the state sales tax. It just isn't that much money. Let me just, between all of us guys and gals here, let me just tell you that the state tax authorities have no way of knowing what we owe them, and they're delighted to get any amount of tax money that we can. Not that I cheat people. I don't do that. It just doesn't end up being that much money, to be honest. You can, if you want, mark it up in state. I will tell you, in the state of California, people are totally accustomed to paying sales tax, okay? Some other states might not be as much accustomed. 5 years ago, no one would pay state sales tax. Today, it's sort of accepted. So, but I believe that, like, you probably would be on the wrong side of the law, but check with your accountant.
This one is from Gert. What exactly is a VA?
Sorry for the abbreviation. Gert. VA stands for virtual assistant, and what we use virtual assistants for mostly are things like customer service. And they're based in the Philippines, principally. We have one that does nothing but does product uploading for us. We have another one that works a half day that does bookkeeping for us. And so we just lump them all into the virtual assistant category. Now, we have people that might work on specialized things like writing content for us. That's a different level of expertise, a higher level of expertise. We have people that do, sometimes we hire people to do specialized coding for a website for something. That's not a virtual assistant. When I say a virtual assistant, typically I'm referring to somebody who's doing customer service.
And what was that 13th month thing?
13th month in outside the United States, and particularly in the Philippines, 13th month bonus is sort of like the Christmas bonus or the annual bonus. So if you work at a company, you probably get there's probably some kind of a bonus you get. In the Philippines, if the annual salary is $400 a month, at Christmas they get a 13th month bonus right at Christmas time. That's just one of the things that we do for our full-time employees.
This next one is from
Full-time
Peggy.
employees, sorry.
Okay, this is from Peggy. What is necessary to get approval from the supplier's accountant? What are they looking for?
The supplier's accountant really doesn't care. Okay. The person that cares is the e-commerce manager at the supplier. They want to know what you're going to do for them. They want to hear your story. They want to know that you're going to help enhance and build their brand, that you're going to offer amazing support, that you're going to do things like buyer's guides and informational content. They want to know that you're going to be a great partner and be no problem to them and act like a true professional. Drop shipping is something, and this is very true of the last few years. Drop shipping is something that you see lots of courses and programs for kids in their 20s and even early 30s. And so the e-commerce managers at the brands who don't deal with the physical stores, who deal with the online retailers, they, the reason that this audience will do so well is basically the gray hair and the experience and kind of just the know-how on how business is done and the maturity of it. So that's what they're looking for. Now, with regards to an accountant, sometimes they'll ask you, please fill this out for your credit application. We're never asking for credit. Okay, we're going to give them a credit card so that they charge us every time. Some folks, may offer you credit, but at the beginning, I wouldn't ask for that. Because they may want some kind of a credit application or something like that. Best to start by saying, no, I'm not looking for credit. That's, it makes the hurdle lower for you to become approved by them.
This next one is from Kim. Some of the costs you indicate we need to account for include shipping and shipping of returns/damages. Is that only if the supplier says you're responsible, or is it a given that our company would handle that?
The ship. Okay, so we covered earlier. Shipping due to remorse. So a company, somebody orders something and they say, I just don't need or want this anymore. This is not like a pair of shoes from Zappos where you can just return it. Okay, I mean, we're shipping, big, heavy, serious things, and the shipping fees, an average UPS package can be $90. And, if you're shipping bigger things, it can be much more. So that's clearly on the customer. The returns due to damages and things, that's always a negotiation with the supplier. It's never on us. We're trying to get something that's agreeable for both the
the customer, it meets their needs, and the supplier. The suppliers, quite frankly, sends out such a volume, and they know the numbers are like what I said. Each supplier is going to be different, but 1, 2, 3% might have some kind of a problem. They mostly want to just make the customer happy and have them keep the item. If they have to ship it back, they're going to have to ship it back. And the way to really kind of make sure that you don't have any financial liability there is to make sure you understand what their shipping insurance policy is. And so that that, if there is damage, they didn't wait 3 weeks to report it to you, and then you call the supplier and the supplier said, I'm sorry, but our shipping insurance expires 4 days after delivery and you didn't report it. So just that's the one thing that you have to kind of keep in mind when you're delivering an item. We follow up and send emails. We have the virtual assistants call them. Like I said, it just doesn't happen that often that we have damages, but we're proactive and we keep a record of that stuff.
How do you protect yourself against unwanted legal liabilities? Example, what if a product goes wrong and the customer decides to sue? How do you keep yourself out of that?
We've never had a problem go wrong in the sense that someone got hurt or something like that. We've never had a lawsuit. We don't have any insurance for that type of thing. We're not the product manufacturer, so we wouldn't be a good person to sue. We are literally the middleman. We also don't have the deep pockets. The supplier is the deep pockets. The supplier, the brand, has got their reputation on the line. So my guess would be if you were selling something dangerous, and I can't think of what that might be, that it would be the supplier that people would want to go after. Maybe you would get named in that. Again, good reason to use an LLC. You can make it so that your LLC doesn't have much in it except kind of a credit card liability, and that means that you don't have very deep pockets, and so somebody's not going to waste their time suing you. So I hope that helps.
Is the pricing in the dropshipping business always usually down at MAP level?
Yes. Yeah, MAP is universally where everything gravitates to. It's unique to the United States. Literally, in all of the international markets, my friends that dropship in Canada, the UK, Australia, Western Europe, they all wish that they had MAP. It's really a big deal. And you'll have some suppliers that are less religious about enforcing MAP, and you will come to dislike those suppliers. And so, quite frankly, we're pretty upfront with telling people that we're incredibly conscious of MAP, and we help them protect their brand through enforcing MAP, and we try to build up their brand, and if they deal through Amazon or Lowe's or Home Depot or one of these other places that might randomly lower the prices, that we might not be a good fit. And so you want to think about that when you're looking at suppliers to see if they sell on a lot of these other marketplaces. And more, kind of the places like Amazon are moving up in price and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, we don't see that much competition because Amazon doesn't want to be in our business. They don't want to sell big, heavy stuff like we sell, and they don't offer the expertise. Everybody's looked at an Amazon product page; they're pathetic. Like Wayfair is pathetic, but
so essentially, that, I guess that's my answer.
Right. This one is from Mike. You had said that we can basically pick up a website at Shopify. Under what circumstances do we need to get a specialized coding?
Mike, a very unique circumstances. I can remember one coding job we did. It was with relationship to that thing I just described, where somebody had changed their product page, and I wanted to compete with them and basically copy their product page. And we got somebody to do some coding for us on that. And that's the only time we've gotten specialized coding in the last 5 years that I can remember. Everything now with Shopify 2.0, which just came out in the last year, everything now is just so intuitive. There just isn't anything that you need there isn't any specialized coding you need to do. The one caveat will be when you're going to start to do the plumbing between Shopify and Google Analytics and Google Merchant Center, you'll have to copy a snippet of code and put it into Shopify on a web page. But that's not coding; that's just copying and pasting, and it's very explicit. It shows you how to do it. Quite frankly, Shopify is incorporating all of that stuff as we speak right now. So they're doing it for you. Back in the prehistory, 2015, 2016, 2017, there was a lot of this stuff you had to do. Now, next to nothing.
This one is from Laddie. It seems like international suppliers could really fit your criteria of high ticket idea. Think Italian furniture manufacturer or German machine producer for B2B. What are the challenges in having international suppliers?
A lot of this kind of goes back to how friendly are they to shipping, and how friendly are they to doing business? Because and I can say this with a fair amount of experience. There are tons of good suppliers in Europe, particularly, that will ship incredibly high quality goods to the United States. They're shipping them elsewhere around Europe and to other countries, within Europe and to the Middle East and to Asia and to the Far East already. And they may just not have established a beachhead in the United States. So think of a supplier who's not a ginormous name already, but is really good in a narrow kind of in a narrow niche. And by the way, let me give you here's one. I bought a store several years ago on it sold cuckoo clocks. Okay, don't ask me why. And we had 4 suppliers that were out of Europe, and they were super easy to do business with. They knew how to do business. They just put it and ship it, put it into a box and ship it. They knew exactly what to do. So you just have to stumble across the right person, and I think it's a really good opportunity, to be honest with you. You're going to have to look, and it distinguishes you in things around the home. There are some great Italian design we had sell stuff in the bathroom, right? Bathroom vanities and tubs and stuff like that. And there's some beautiful looking European stuff that I wish I could source and send it to the US. The thing is, maybe we've gotten fat and sloppy, but it's hard to stay on top of those people. We haven't necessarily found them right away, and so we just we haven't really been able to source something that has been really too meaningful, at least for bathrooms. But we do have it in some of the other stores.
And this one is from Elsie. Do you receive anything that is reported to IRS from your suppliers?
It's a better question for my wife. The answer is no. The suppliers don't file anything with the IRS. If you sell on Amazon or on House, and we sell on House, House does file something. I don't recall. I don't know if Amazon does or doesn't. If they do, they do. I mean, we would pay it, but nothing from normal suppliers.
This one is from Peter. How are customer service calls handled for questions and returns?
Okay, so just let me review it. If something is shipped, it arrives, it's either damaged or not damaged. And if it's damaged, we want to know within the insurance window, which is 4 days, typically 4 days, although in your niche it may be different. And kind of all of the customer service stuff is between you and the customer, and then you have a separate email thread with the supplier. You don't want the suppliers don't need you if you're not, they don't want to deal with the end client. The only reason that we exist is to deal with the end client. They are designing, manufacturing, sourcing, transporting the goods from wherever it's made. It's maybe assembling it in the United States or something like that, but they're not dealing with the end clients. That's what they want us to do. They have no interest in dealing with those end clients. People are always worried, why don't the suppliers deal with the clients? Because that's just not what they do. They're not good at it, and it's annoying for them. Okay, so they'd rather be in their part of the business, and that's great. It works well for us. So that's the customer service piece is really the key thing that we provide. And the reality is that 90-something% of everything we ship really doesn't require anything other than us passing along a tracking number, because people want to know when their thing is going to arrive, and just checking to see if there's any damages. And if we don't hear back from them, we send them something saying, please inspect it within the window. Then we send another one. And this is all automated. We have our customer service people send this. And if we don't hear back from them, we say, well, we told you to do it, and we sent you an email follow-up, and you didn't do it. It's on you. It's not on them. And then, as I mentioned, a lot of suppliers will even stand up and do the right thing after that. So we handle the customer service piece. That's what we own. That's what we do.
And this one is from Lawrence. What types of business insurance does an LLC dropshipper need to have?
None. Yeah, we don't have any business. I don't have any insurance of any kind. So the product insurance for shipping and all that's carried by the supplier. We have no liability insurance. I just mentioned that in the prior question on why we don't have any liability insurance. I've never had a need to have any liability insurance. So we don't have any insurance.
This one is from Steve. When you offer discount codes, does the supplier fund the discount? How does that work under the MAP rules?
No, there's a couple of ways that discounts happen. Sometimes the suppliers will run a sale, and then everybody who is an online retailer gets offered those terms. And so it's no difference between store A, store B, and store C. If we want to dip into our margins to offer an incentive on a brand, we might offer a 5% discount if we have let's say we're above $750 or above $1,000, we want to offer 5% off. We can put a discount code up through Shopify, and we fund that. It comes out of our margins. Now, as I mentioned in the course, we earn bigger margins the higher the dollar price goes up, percentage margins. So I can give back some of that when I'm selling something for $5,000. I might have a 35 or 40% margin, whereas I normally work on a 20 or 25% margin. So I can give back 5 margin points. And by the way, I'm happy to sell something for $5,000 with a 5% discount code, even though that's $250 and that hurts. I may have 35 points. I may make $1,500 on that item, $1,700 on that item. So you just want to look at what the competition is doing and see, where you want to be a little bit aggressive. And at the beginning, you probably want to be a little bit aggressive and see, sort of what works. So, think of it as kind of spending some money to get a little bit of an education.
How do suppliers get orders from the website?
The suppliers don't get the orders from the website. Customer comes to the website, purchases it from us. We see the order. We create a purchase order and email the purchase order to the supplier. The supplier has our credit card information on file. And in the purchase order, it has, it's going to this family at that address in this town. And they tell us when it's shipped and what the tracking number is. We turn around and send that information to the supplier. So the supplier doesn't get the order from our website. Supplier gets the order from us in an email with a purchase order. Great question.
This one is from Rob. What happens if the supplier doesn't ship the product as promised after customer has paid?
Well, at some point, the customer will cancel the order and we'll have to refund it. I'm not sure exactly what the gist of the question is. The suppliers want to ship orders. Okay, they're doing that all day, every day. So if there's some kind of a holdup, they'll tell you and you'll tell the customer. Otherwise, they're going to ship it. And I would say 9 times out of 10, it ships in 3 days. So, remember, this is not Amazon where it ships like in 22 minutes from now. These are big, bulky things, and they get shipped oftentimes either UPS, but it could be 90 or 120 pounds, or I think UPS goes up to 150 pounds now, or it could ship LTL, which is an 18-wheeler. So there's loading docks and all that stuff. So we're not in the next day delivery business and selling bathroom vanities. Okay. Now I have had people ask, can you get my bathroom vanity to me quicker? And I don't know if they want me to strap it into a seat on a jumbo jet or something, but the answer is no. It has to come by truck. Okay. So it's gonna take 10 days probably, and that's if everything goes right. So we're not really competing for the fastest shipping when we're selling big, bulky stuff. Okay, so I hope that's clear.
This next one here is, what would be an average cost to expect for website design?
Well, our website design service, we have a special that we're running with International Living. You're going to get some information overnight, so you'll get that from us, and you can check with other folks. My wife has done over 30 for other clients, all high ticket drop shipping, and then all the ones for ourselves. including this one that we just completed for a website design course that my wife has put together, the cold plunge experts. But you can, there's you can, depending on what your aptitude is, you can get, you can act as kind of your own general contactor and have people do bits and pieces of it and get people off of Fiverr or Upwork, or you can, go to services. But, we try to be really, really, really competitive. Take a look at the mailing that you'll get from us, and I think that you'll be pleased when you see it. And we have a lot of experience doing this.
When starting up, what order would you suggest doing things as far as setup, the LLC, resale certificate, website, product, or something else?
What order? Okay, so give me the choices one more time.
LLC, resale cert, website, product, or is there any particular order?
Well, the first couple of things that you can do super easy is set up your LLC and get the reseller certificate. That's clerical stuff. You're not making any real progress in establishing a Shopify store. While you're doing that, you should be doing your niche research. And while you should be doing that, you should be comparing different niches. While you're doing that, you should be deep diving into kind of what the competitors in each of the niches look like and where you can where you want to be. And you can do like I did, which is have 10 different niches and evaluate them 6 different ways and try and come up with some kind of an algorithm that even the Google guys couldn't compete against. And next year at this time you could still be doing that. And and I kind of do that all the time. I get excited about a niche, and then I don't know, I get busy doing something else, and then I do it again. But the first couple of things are pretty simple. Then get into the niche research, and don't even worry about the website until you pick your niche. Okay, because you can't build a website without naming it, and the name is going to be have the niche in the name, and so the order, let me go back to my pyramid before. The base is keep your enthusiasm high, and kind of consistently be coming in and doing something, no matter how small, no matter how busy you are. Do something every day. Get your niche nails down where you're really comfortable about it. Remember, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. Then have a whiz-bang website. Website's got to do 2 things. The first thing it has to do is has to imbue trust, so that when suppliers go check you out, they see your demo store, which has demo products on it that you'll get from Alibaba, and they'll see you can use ChatGPT, and you can write some articles on it to give it some context. It'll have all of your policies, which are boilerplate, and they're off of Shopify. But that'll be the bones of your website. But done well, and we have you can check with people in the Facebook group about done well. When a supplier comes to your website, that should not be a holdup. Quite frankly, I think that there are a lot of suppliers that don't even check the websites, right? To be honest with you, particularly if you're lucky enough to get a call with somebody, they and you come across well with them on the phone, they'll probably be less concerned about the website because they know you're committed to that you're continuing to build it and develop it. And I tell people that we're continuing to build it and develop it. We have plans to do this, that, and the other thing, and they sort of accept that. So that would be kind of the order on the way that I would think about doing things.
That's brilliant. Well, Ian, I'd like to say massive thank you for answering those questions. We're
My
just
pleasure.
running on time at the moment. So, to anyone that still hasn't had a question answered, don't worry. We do have our follow-on questionnaire session on November 17th. And also, we will have the link to the Facebook community in our update. And of course, Ian will be there if you want to give him a friend request and message him there. Plenty of like-minded people are willing to help out and answer your questions. So don't worry if you didn't get your question answered right here today. On behalf of myself and everyone at International Living, just like to say a massive thank you to everyone who joined us and took the time to tune in today. And of course, you can rewatch this recording in the next few hours, I'm told, by David, our tech team. So you can watch that at any time and digest all that information. And I just want to wish you all the very best of luck on your dropshipping journey. And Ian, thank you. It's been a pleasure as
Thanks,
always.
Jenny. Been fun like usual. Thanks, Jen.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone. Have a wonderful day, rest of the day.
Thank you, everyone.